Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
One quick question, Mr. Keshe, from Dr. Kim Chi. When are we going to upload all of your transcripts into an AI so we can ask it our questions whenever we want? We are ready to do this with your permission, he says.
Yes, but do you think it has the essence of the knowledge to give you the right answer? I listened to one of these AIs very recently, and it keeps on talking, I think, about nickel instead of copper.
Yeah. Well, that was combining your technology and comparing it to another one, and it got a little mixed up with that.
So with that, yeah. So it doesn't have the soul to answer you the knowledge, but if you're happy with listening to fairy tales, you're quite welcome.
Well, I can sometimes distill the essence out of something, and it has some great answers when it distills the essence from your books, for example, and actually seems to understand what you're talking about. So, but okay, well, I'll let you work that out with Dr. Kim Chi.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, and goodbye. See you next week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. It's February 9th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the participants. As we keep reminding everyone, this is a roundtable discussion. No one's wrong and no one's 100% right. So feel whatever you'd like to share is appropriate as your soul leads you today. And of course, we're coming into a beautiful time within the Keshe Foundation. I think the stars are coming together more and more as the days and the weeks go by. We are looking for announcements. We're looking to see new products, and we're looking to see the elevation of the soul of the man by using these products. Today, of course, we're going to cover the 576, just basically scratch the surface. As we know, these workshops will be opened up for maybe even some of them centuries into the future, because there'll just be more and more knowledge to come out of these workshops. But as we understand, the more knowledge I think you have, the more knowledge you're able to, in a way, absorb. And so this is the beauty of the Keshe Foundation. It's all about you finding out about yourself, how you operate, and some of the capacities. As he said, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies, and we're seeing more and more these systems are all made to do that, but you're going to have to most likely get them from the Keshe Foundation store. Making them yourself may be a little bit difficult, especially in some of the more advanced technologies that are coming out. And we encourage you to interact as much as you like. But before we go anywhere else, let's bring up our World Peace Treaty. Well, I just closed that reminder on the 4K video downloader. Just a moment. Let's bring this one up here. And this is our World Peace Treaty, which, of course, you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. You can find it on any search engine. But this is the whole idea of the technology is, in a way, to bring man into a peaceful condition so that he can take the next step in his development, which is starting to travel the spans of the universe, whether in a matter state craft or within the energy of the soul of the man. As we understand, the spaceship is within the soul of the man. So you really don't need a UFO. And of course, if you have a UFO, you're probably still relegated to traveling in the matter state. We're learning to use the soul to move the way the Creator moves instantaneously. No delay, no perception of travel and the rest. But we have to become a permanent, peaceful civilization. And it may not happen in one go, but Mr. Keshe has said many times he's going to upgrade the whole lot in one go. So I guess it depends on how you look at one go. Is it a day? Is it a month? Is it a year? Is it a continual process of development? But this is something that you can engage in. It's called the World Peace Treaty. Doesn't cost anything. Can sign it with a pen. Can sign it with the pen of your soul. But it's up to you to find that inner peace, and that will lead to the outer peace, I think. But we all have to sort of decide our level of peacefulness. And but this is the overall agreement, in a way, that the world leaders, the world religious leaders, will endorse over time. And that's why every day that at 9 p.m. Central European time, we give from our emotions that these entities, these individuals, that their soul can be elevated, that they can change course and understand what this whole process is about. Again, bringing a whole civilization into interaction with the universal community is quite a monumental task. We know Mr. Keshe has been at it for thousands of years, perhaps, but more directly in the last, let's say, 25 years, where the offer was on the table that there is technology that can be shown to the man where he can feed himself and generate his own energy. And this was brought up to the world governments in exchange for pledging your nation to peace. And of course, he hasn't had a lot of takers, and we've had partial takers, and I'm sure there's many governments around the world in lesser developed areas that would love to have this technology, but of course they're as well all overseen by others. But this is again, the peaceful path of development that we want to go on, and all this technology is made for peace. You may not see it, but it's all made for the elevation of the man to become a peaceful entity and the civilization to become peaceful. We think about the wars with one another, but we also have some wars going on, some quite extensive wars with the vertical and horizontal people on this planet, even if they have decided to give themselves up to elevate others. I think we're going to move away from that practice. We certainly will as we move into the universe, whether it's in the dimension of energy or in the dimension of the matter state. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? I'm sure we've all signed it, endorsed it. We're just reaffirming our ethos to peace and starting out in a peaceful, calm position for the meeting. If no one would like to read it, I will. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our and you can delete as appropriate with our nation, with our territory, with our council, with our religion, with our city, a town, a body, a soul, or perhaps your entire family if you'd like to add that in. Simply put your name, signature, date, position held on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after displaying or after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. As we travel the universe, as we understand, the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe. So I don't think we'll be allowed, in a way, to choose or pick who we're going to eat or who we're not going to eat. That whole subject will be, I believe, taboo. We'll still be feeding. As we know, there's plenty of energies in the universe for you to feed, for you to take. But that was part of the 576 workshop as well. He covered so many topics, as Mr. Keshe always does, anywhere from talking about viruses or energy packs to fusion, man's science, the way we're looking at fusion. As he said, the way mankind is approaching it is a dream that will never come true, but this is actually the way the universe works, using fusion. So he was quite in detail about this, understanding the fusion and not having to spend billions doing that. I'm just looking for our workshop, which I don't see right here. I'm just going to put it up while we just describe. Anyone else want to help me? What else was of note to you in this last workshop? We'll just put this up as we sort of describe a little bit about this workshop. And everyone is just, you only have about a week to absorb it, even though you can continue to study these. But this is universal knowledge, and it's a little bit deeper and probably simpler. As he said, the process of fusion that the Keshe Foundation uses is quite simple, and they achieve a lot. Of course, he went quite thoroughly into, or scratching the surface on, the neutron and understanding that it contains all the spectrum of energies, but it's just, again, a matter of understanding how to release it and work with it or strengthen it or interact with it. But it's so amazing where he indicated one neutron can feed the entire universe if you know how to play. And so I think a lot of this understanding of the neutron and bending fields is all found in the Keshe Foundation store. This is where the products are. And although you can use your own reactors to do quite similar things as what's being shown in the Keshe Foundation store. But many times, as he said, these are teaching tools, these are training tools. And if you're not connected very much to the physicality, all the teaching's been done for you to transmute. But if you're connected at all to the physicality, you may need some systems and supporting, and it also helps to develop the system that they're going to be used. As he mentioned in the announcements, they're trying to build a system to transmute you. As he said, we haven't reached the level of creating that energy within our structure that would surpass the energy of the physicality, but we're learning about that. Of course, he mentioned butterflies as well, which we'll cover a little bit, quite a little bit, about cholesterol, a little bit in the last workshop. And again, man's understanding is not quite there, in line with how our low energy nuclear reactor actually works. He talked about washing the floors, putting together, and we'll hear that when we cover the cholesterol. I think that's in that part. So again, something you can do to change your environment without going to the Keshe Foundation store. He talked about taking magnesium, mixing it in with a little bit of zinc water, a little bit of CuO, CO2, I believe. I'll have to look at that again. Wash the floors in your house and then walk barefoot. And that's very interesting because this week I was thinking of walking barefoot on the beach. Of course, it's winter here. I said I'll probably have to wait till spring, or walking on the grass, as he said, is another way. You're very close to the amino acids in the grass, or apparently on the beach, you absorb different energies, or walking partially into the water. So I thought I would have to perhaps wait until spring. But now we can actually change the environment, walk barefoot in our own homes with a simple washing of the floors or the hardwoods. And I was wondering, how would you wash your hardwood floors with water? But there is something called Murphy's soap oil, and or you can just wash it and dry it probably. But this is another small thing he gave us. Doesn't You don't need to go to the store. You can do it all on your own and then observe what changes within the household. He specifically, of course, talked about the magnesium being an important part of this, um, and so on and so forth. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share from the workshop? I know he talked about Valentine's Day. There's an offer for you to have a picture of your soul to see your progress. So there's many, many offers within the Keshe Foundation store, but there's many things we can do as well on our own. I mean, the butterflies, he talked about putting them in front of the GANs of magnesium, putting a number of different bottles around the house, open, I believe they were, and at different heights, allowing different interactions, almost creating some sort of star formation, and of course, washing the floors, windows, and then get back to the foundation and see if anything has changed. So those are things you can do without basically any purchases other than the butterfly. If you can get it, of course, you can make your own butterflies, but as he said, the butterflies you find in the Keshe Foundation store cannot be replicated because there's hidden technologies in there, and there's technologies that we don't quite understand how to apply yet. So that was some of the things covered in the workshop. Of course, he talked about new units coming out, a new soap for vision, which we'll cover in the announcement, coasters spread around the house for diabetic. Anyone know where to start making a coaster for diabetic and spreading them around the house and see if the emotion changes? One of the concluding remarks, of course, was what he said, how he contacted the Prime Minister of Israel through his Jewish channels. And now that the hand of the technology has gotten so deep, he says we can bring a planetary system for people who prefer to be on their own or perhaps even isolated from the rest. He said we can give them the moon, we can give them their own planet. We can give the Muslims their own galaxy and see how they can populate. So this is just an amazing thing. I know he asked Rick if he was sort of laughing when he heard Mr. Keshe deliver that part, but we'll try to play that as well today. And as I shared in the last meeting, that was my thought years before the Keshe Foundation. That is, if I was good enough and if I landed before the Creator in heaven, I would ask if I could create my own planet where all the war and destruction and all these things weren't happening there. And now we know this is exactly the progression of us becoming a star, creating a solar system, and many, many lives, as we see 7 billion alone and plus on this planet, just the human beings. So yeah, I had thought about this years before. I wasn't sure if that's the way it worked, but I said, gee, I think I'd like to create something that's much more accommodating than this planet. But as he said, if you're peaceful, if you're kind, if you're generous, if you're humble, we give you the planet Earth. If you want your own planet or your own galaxy, the level of the knowledge is at that point where this can be delivered. I don't know how, I don't know when, but as he said in the past, when I think it was the Mayans who became such a killing civilization that they had to be removed. And Mr. Keshe said, we did it to the Mayans. We can do it further up north, meaning the United States. So hopefully this country, and we do have some new leadership in there. A lot of things are opening up, and I know he said we'd follow the instructions of President Trump on when to release some of this technology. So I think It's much, much closer than any of us can imagine coming out. This is the year where the technology will start to show its ability and its power. Anyone want to add anything? Please do. We need all the interactions that you'd like to have. Okay, I think we'll go to the announcements, what Mr. Keshe said. And these announcements, I think, are a bit long this week, 21 minutes, it looks like. We'll try to scale it up. We'll run past the introduction. Somebody says they have a butterfly on my cell phone and my modem. When people want me to read their NFT card, the phone will not read them. I'm not sure what that means. NFT card? But anyway, go ahead.
What that is, Mark, that's a special business card where they encode your website and all your details on the card. And then you put it behind your phone, and that card swaps that technology swaps that information into your cell phone. With my butterfly on it, it will not read any of those NFT cards. Take the butterfly off, it reads the NFT cards. So it's protecting more than what we know, the butterfly on the phone. I have it on there all the time.
Absolutely. And as he said, these are soul elevators. That's the main purpose. Of course, we all, okay, let's see.
Did you say it's preventing the reading of that NFC card?
Yes. Any NFT card. We tried 6 or 7 cards. Same thing. Wouldn't read any of them.
You have the butterfly on the back of the phone, right?
On the back of my cell phone, yes.
Randy, is the butterfly within its package or did you remove it from its package?
No, within its package.
And is that the correct way to apply it?
That's the correct way to apply it. It's just the exact size. It's just a little narrower than my phone case. So I just tape it on with tape.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe said the butterflies are plastered all over their computer equipment, again, to interact or to balance out any sort of energetic fields. But he said the real reason, all the products are for soul elevation. But many of them have dual use, triple use, many uses.
I'm thinking this fraud going on where you can have your wallet and then someone with some type of chip on their phone will just come across your pocket.
I heard that. Yes, they can read your cards in your wallet somehow.
So with the butterfly, maybe that might prevent those stuff,
I don't know. I don't have a device to scam other people's cards to test it. I don't know how that works.
I have another question. Maybe somebody knows.
Good.
I have a lot of cast iron all around my house. I have radiators and I have heavy duty steam pipes, and I have a big cast iron furnace in the basement. What can I do to stop them from interfering with things? Anybody know?
Anyone? What do you feel they're interfering with, Erm?
Well, we know that we can't keep our ganses real close to like a cast iron radiator or anything massively of that nature.
Well, gases not naturally, they have space gaps, so the fields are out. So if you have it around, eventually it will nanocoat, but then the fields of those ion is not good for you. Maybe that's what I would think.
Right. I sit at my desk right on top of my furnace, cast iron furnace. And if I move to a different room, there's big radiators.
And don't forget what he said about when we were talking about the lavender and the mosquitoes, how he said in the matter state, the lavender only goes out about 22 centimeters. And when you make a Gans of the lavender, it goes out 22 meters.
Mhm.
I don't know if I would be overly concerned about that.
Well, I know when I do muscle testing, it certainly disturbs everything.
Okay.
We're talking making the lavender from the flower or an essential oil?
No, from
From
the
the flower.
flower, I believe. Yeah.
You can probably do both, but the flower would probably be better.
It doesn't matter. I think any kind of matter state probably is a much shorter field than when you make the GANs, you're expanding the field. As John had showed with the magravs and other things, it was out into the parking lot of the building. So this is why he was saying you would take and make, there's probably a little bit more touches to it, but in general, the lavender doesn't fit in with the soul of the mosquito. And by making the GANs of lavender and putting a few around the house, now you have a number of fields of lavender extending.
I just think I just gave myself the answer.
Perfect.
I have to have a big butterfly between it and me and a small butterfly on the other side, so it'll send the energy from the big one to the little one, and that thereby block the other stuff, maybe.
You know, I think I had gotten a small butterfly from you, maybe a year or two ago, and I've been using one on each end of the couch, a medium and a small one.
Mhm.
Last week I decided my cat's been moving her position on sleeping, but this time she's on a chair with, like a seat cushion on it. So
Mhm.
what I did, unbeknownst to the cat, is I slipped in the small butterfly underneath the pad.
Mhm.
And the cat seems to be more loving. Could that be possible?
Could be.
The cat seems to be eating less. Could that be possible? I know the cat is going out less because it's winter and goes out but doesn't like to stay out very long. We'll have to see when the summer comes, but I just thought I'd try that experiment. And of course, Mr. Keshe said, if you're having family issues, put one under the table, put one under the carpet, see how the environment changes without saying anything or mentioning anything to anyone. But I thought that was interesting about my cat anyway.
Well, my
Doesn't
cats
seem-
like to rub my cell phone when it's on the stand. Just, they go up and just rub it, and they didn't do that before the butterfly was on it.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, there's many, many things we're going to discover about these products within the Keshe Foundation store. So this is where the real products are. If you want to test plasma products, I would not get them from a knowledge seeker, and all due respect to all knowledge seekers. But Mr. Keshe has told us so many times we haven't understood. And many of these things cannot be replicated.
I have the big butterfly, and in my computer bag, I didn't take it out. It's there, but then my laptop, sometimes it comes on and it doesn't come on, so I'm having issues with it. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I have never heard anybody reporting. I'm sure they tested that, but again, I don't know exactly. Maybe that's too powerful for your laptop.
Right, that's what I think, because sometimes it comes on. I took it in to find out what's going on. They couldn't figure it out. And like when I got there, it came back on. It was
I know he
interesting.
talked about the big ones as for maybe like a lobby in an office. You would put a few of those in a building in the lobby area, of course, in the office too, and so on and so forth, and see how things change.
But I left it there. I'm enjoying the testing. I just want to see how far. So I kept it in my computer bag. So I carry it around everywhere I go. But
And of course, I think the phone companies know the dangers of these electromagnetic fields, as most of them, when you sign up for a phone, you're agreeing not to have a class action lawsuit against phone companies for any sort of medical issues that may develop. And we've heard a lot of different things develop with these phones. Many doctors don't even allow their children to have them. But this is a way to circumvent.
Many tech people who create these things don't allow their children to have a cell phone.
Very interesting.
No. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So let's go to the announcements. As I said, Mr. Keshe is calling all the plays. Wherever he goes, the technology goes. We can't release the technology, only he can. And he's working quite diligently in the background. As he said, we're going to license governments and we're going to license organizations to make these products or make part of the products as I see it. They may not get the whole enchilada in how to fully create a product, but unless you have a license from the Keshe Foundation, you will not replicate any of the things within the store. You can try. Mr. Keshe encourages us to try, but he's given us quite a long time, and we haven't fully understood the bending of the fields, all the other interactions that are needed to create and have magnetic fields interact to get what you want. But as he said, I show you what we do. I don't show you how we do it. And he mentioned that about the soaps as well. There's hidden technologies within these soaps creating a MAGRAV condition. And he's not putting that out for knowledge seekers to replicate. You can try, and you're encouraged to try and to keep experimenting, because we need to understand both in the matter state and the energy state. And of course, when he does release these products, or release the understanding of how to do it, then you'll be quite more familiar with making things in the matter state, if that's the way it's going to go. But until man becomes a bit more mature, I think we'll probably misuse the technology, even though we might not even realize we're misusing the technology. As he talked about the weather and changing temperatures, it affects the weather next door. And we don't take that into consideration. We just think of our backyard, so to speak, and we want that to be comfortable. But what is it also affecting? And of course, we can create domes, as he said, with the 1 ounce or a few grams of the cosmic ray material. You can create a defense shielding or some sort of shielding over an entire nation, and they've tested it. And I don't think anyone's preparing any cosmic ray material on their kitchen table or in their lab. These things have not been released, other than the offer in the Keshe Foundation store. So let's go to the announcements from the 25th. Anyone else have anything else? Oh, while we're on.
Yes,
Mark, please, Joseph.
If I may, please experiment. Do your MAGRAV systems at home. Even do butterflies and put your own ganses on it. It will have effects, not the negative oxygen generation or some other things, but it helps to balance out the magnetic fields from the radio stations, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And your MAGRAV systems you have built on your own. Maybe you have only 10% energy bill reduction, or maybe you have 25% or 0%. You will have the fields, the balanced fields in your home. Please don't forget to make your ganses and start experimenting on your own. You can also buy all the things from the foundation. It will be wonderful, because with the buying the products from the foundation, we are financing the research of the foundation.
Excellent. This is what the connection we need to make, keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, unencumbered from any outside influences. And also you get the experiments to test and to play with, gift it to someone and so on, if you can get them. I know a lot of areas you can't get them. Joseph, I wanted to ask you a question, if you're still with us, or anyone else. I've gotten the magnesium plates. They're fairly thin. They're only 4 inches by 4 inches. I got them on Amazon. They were 99.9. Now, I think they have a little bit of oil on them, or perhaps silicone to prevent any oxidation. Maybe if they're kept in a package a long time, you don't grow any spots on them or something like that. Anyone want to suggest how I would clean the plates before I start? Or someone said earlier today, just putting them in the caustic will clean them, but then that is in the environment of the nano coating, and you'd add that to your nano coating. Someone also said to take just some mild dish detergent and clean it. I don't know how important that is, but I just thought before I start putting it into production and making the magnesium GANs, that we'd just see how others have handled oil on plates or perhaps a silicone protective barrier. Anyone?
Plain old vinegar and a toothbrush.
You're talking the white or the cider?
The white.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
If you have a silicone, it could help with a fine sandpaper. If you have oil, then you need something that is the word is missing.
Yeah,
there
to
are some
saponify.
like a dishwasher liquid that
Okay.
is just if it's oil, then there are chemicals which are dissolving this oil, and then you can get it easily off.
Now, I know Gianni does clean up some of his copper wires and things like that by running some light sandpaper over them to take off the silicone and so on. But I'm not sure what sort of sandpaper he's using. A lot of the sandpaper I have says it's aluminum oxide or something like this, even though it's very fine sanding in the rest of this. I don't think I should introduce an aluminum sandpaper into my scrap, even though they'll be washed and everything. I'm not sure if that's the right approach, or perhaps a wood sandpaper that doesn't have any of the other sort of metals in it, in a way.
You can also Scotch-Brite. Have you tried Scotch-Brite?
More plastic, huh? Okay.
You can also use the aluminum oxide sandpaper.
You think so?
Exactly. Why? Because if you're using the sandpaper, there is a little bit of dust from the aluminum oxide on it. But if you wash it, then it's away. Because you are working at metastate. At metastate, you just wash it off, and the fine aluminum oxide sand is easily washed off.
Because the only way he was talking about using iron cookware or something like that, you know, and then he says you go ahead and take your plastic scrubby and you scrub the plastic right into the iron. Much better with the, so I'm thinking the same process happens probably with the sandpaper type of thing. But I don't think it's a major issue. But it's just something I was just asking others for ideas, because I am going to make that. We are going to set some up. I know the magnesium plates are not very thick, maybe 30, 40 thousandths. They're not really thick. So I'm just going to do a very light nano coating on one of the plates and then put it into production with a battery. Okay. Any other thoughts? Again, something everyone can do. If you have CuO, CO2, zinc, and some magnesium, the waters of, you can wash your floors with them, walk barefoot, and change your environment, perhaps.
You can use maybe if the nano coating just dissolves your plate because they are so thin.
Yeah.
Because at magnesium, you have the reaction with the water.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be brushed on in a cold process. We'll just observe it. And I know Mr. Keshe said some of his nano coating is so light, you can't even see it.
You can also use magnesium electrodes. They are available in thicker rods, and there you have more material and you have maybe more success with it.
Very good. Thank you, Joseph. Okay, this maybe what we should do here is bring up the transcript if we can. And we'll just play this on the other screen. And then let's find where that transcript is. And we'll go to the second half because he said some very interesting things here. And if you find something, where did that go? If you find something that you'd like to open up a little bit or discuss, not that we all have all the knowledge and so on, but let's go after the break. This is where Mr. Keshe makes his announcements before he takes questions from the participants or knowledge seekers or others. And I think we're ready to go. Again, this is just from last Thursday's Knowledge Seekers Workshop number 576. Feel free to stop it. It's 20 minutes long, so we're going to cover a bit here. Just scratch the surface, really.
Okay, here we are back again at the second part of our show here at the 576th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Here on Thursday, February 6, 2025. Well, Mr. Keshe, is there some things you'd like to say before we get into questions?
Yes, as usual, we always have something to say. There is a development in the Keshe Foundation, which a lot of you are participating in, and we learn from it. And as I said, usually people pay for research and then they influence how the research outcome is. With you, you pay for the research and we see what you make as an outcome. The sessions of 14th of November, or February, sorry, is very important to us because we fingerprint your progress from last 18 months and how you will or you have progress in development of a soul. And in a way, it should give us indication which of you who've been with us in so many ways are building up or going to the direction of the transmutation. These are important for gathering information and knowledge, and many of you come the first time to see the structure of your soul. Then this becomes a reference for the future, which allows us to see when and how we can bring a system that allows you to transmute. This.
Now, just a moment here. He said you can transmute. Now he's saying here, in which he said in other locations as well, as he said, if you don't have a plasma generator, you can't transmute. Which allows us to see when and how you can bring a system that allows how and when we can bring a system that allows you to transmute. And he goes on later on in this, and we'll stop it there. He says you don't have the capability to generate the enough energy, as I said earlier, to break through the matter state. And we'll stop it at that point. Any thoughts? Here he says how we can bring a system that allows you to transmute. Remember, he said some will be helicopters, some needs a runway. But even as he said, when you get to that point where you're transmuting, let's say in the Keshe Foundation system, and then you want to go on your own to do it all by yourself, he said, then there's some other things you have to learn in other preconditions. He goes on to say it right in here. So as he said, they're going to keep you tethered in a way. And then once you feel or the system shows you're ready to do it on your own, there's a whole nother set of protocols that you're going to have to master or learn about if you're doing it on your own. Let's hear that.
Gives us a fundamental point of the structures of your field of strength. And I think in the future, it will be very much like you're going to a driving school and then The teacher says you learn enough to go sit for a test and become a driver on the street. It's the same way. From what we've seen from what I call the raw material, which were some people for us in the past 2 weeks who never had any contact with the Keshe Foundation, never been through the process, and then we put them through a process of a few hours, a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and then we saw how the system has changed and developed, and then talking to them how their emotion has changed in respect to the system. So those of you who joining us next Friday, and you've been there before, we have a reference benchmark for your energy pack. And those of you who want to join for the benchmark for the future, what we call test, it's good to understand that in this process, in next Friday, we bring in elements of emotion, which is very important because in a way,
and of course, just to remind everyone, there's the 14th session, which is getting the picture of your soul. It was offered in the store. I'm pretty sure it's still there, but he said there'd only be a limited group and it'd only be about 15 or 20 minutes. And even if you haven't been with the Keshe Foundation before, and you've been listening to the teachings, you still may see some progression of your soul. Now, this meeting on the 14th for the picture of your soul, your progression, is different than the transmutation session, which will happen on the 21st of February, just to be sure everyone's clear on that. They're two separate events.
It's important to understand how we can elevate your soul energy, you call it, in accordance to energy packs which we decide as an emotion to create that condition of transmutation. You create an emotion of I want to go. It brings you to a level that allows your what the conversion or interaction to transmute. You want to go to the airport, you plan it. You pack a suitcase, you buy a ticket, you go to the airport, you catch a metal bird. In the world of transmutation, you need the same kind of preparation to transfer enough energy that the energy of the soul manages, becomes then the energy of the what I call transmutation, that you can surpass the energy of the matter state.
Right, so you can surpass it. So there's some materials I think that he's talking about, or what they're doing in the background, that you can surpass the energy of the matter state. Now he goes on to say here about when you get to do it on your own, there'll be some other protocols you need to understand.
So you have to prepare for it. You have to learn how to do it. Some of us will do it like a helicopter, take off and go. Some of us need a runway to get ready to go. And we're creating that runway till you become the pilots of what I call the helicopter. You can take off directly. But again, even that needs preparation. So
you see how he sort of slipped that in here. Some of us will do it like a helicopter, take off and go. Some of us need a runway to get ready to go. We create in that runway till you become the pilots of what I call the helicopter. You can take off directly, but here's the caveat. But again, even that needs preparation. So we're talking in a way a two-track. Yes, go ahead and do it directly. If you are that helicopter, you can take off immediately, no doubts, no fears. But he seems to want to create a system first, keep you in a way tethered to it, that nothing goes wrong. And then when you get to when you can take off directly. But again, even that needs a certain preparation for you to be on your own and doing it. This is just what I see. Anyone else see anything they'd like to point out here or contradict what I'm saying, please? Okay, let's go back to it.
Next week is important for us, as many of you joined us 18 months ago for the first time, and those of you who come in for benchmarking for the future. We understand this, and we need this to be done. So when you come next Friday on the Valentine's Day for the, what they call it, the autograph of your energy center, come in with the peace of mind that you're there to enjoy this time you're dating with the Creator. There is no other lover. You, in a way, to see how you react in respect to the universe, universal energies, and when and how you'll be prepared, and you are prepared to take off and to be there to do. And the only way is done with the giving and the loving. And we would like to see how much you've learned in the past 18 months with us. And in a way, the school is ready to take you to the next time. Bring with you only and only if you have gases of zinc.
Now here he's talking about the 14th session. I think we're all aware of that. Not the 21st, I think in the last workshop, and we'll show that in the store, where he said to bring the CH3, the zinc GaNs, and the CO2 GaNs in equal amounts in a test tube, preferably glass. Set it aside and don't handle it until you go into the session. But this is something different he's saying here. GaNs of zinc and GaNs of CO2 for the April sessions. Apparently they're doing something through that system. And again, he doesn't tell us exactly what he's doing. Different people are experiencing different fields, different energies. Again, it would be, I don't know what's going on in the background. I don't think anyone does other than the team that's applying it. And they may not even have a full understanding.
Gases of zinc with nothing in it, and the gases of zinc and CO2 with amino acid equal balance. And then during the session we tell you what to do and how to do it. Make 2 containers of each in a bottle, whatever you can hold in your hands, preferably glass, that there is no addition of the what I call carbon from a plastic or whatever containers. And then we'll have a wonderful time to see the actual pure side of your feelings and how you can create a condition of emotion. It'll be very interesting. We won't give more than short times to everyone to be there, but the limited number of people will go through this, will see the dimension of your soul this time, and the dimension of your physicality and solar physicality, and it gives us a good indication if you're getting ready to go. And we build it up that way. On the other hand, in respect to the other aspects of the Keshe Foundation technology, a new system has been put out, which we put out for sale before Christmas. It's a single plasma unit on its own.
So he's talking, this is coming in the next 8 months or so, 9 months perhaps. He said they're going to put it out before Christmas. Must be Christmas of 25.
This single plasma unit and what we call the pack with a headphone and what we call the blue units have been upgraded in a very specific way, which a lot of it should leave next week or so, that the system has a very, very specific characteristics, which we will promote it in a upcoming time, where when you receive these new systems, we have to teach you how to use it. And the way to do it is, we never put this out. It's the first time it's going out. And a lot of you are going to use it in conjunction with your, what do you call, in your teaching sessions, which some groups have started. And what is important?
Any groups using any sort of devices in their teaching sessions in Austria or Germany, or anyone want to share anything about that? They're using some of the, maybe perhaps Magrav systems, Magrav Soul systems. I'm not sure. Okay.
To do with this, trying to get a whiteboard to explain to you what is to come.
Okay, let's go to the whiteboard here. We'll share the actual workshop now. We'll forget the transcript if we can.
Up to now, you had a simple Magrav system, which you used. The new system is different than what you had before. Your Magrav system sits like this. In the other system which you had, you have two patches which you put your hands on. With a new system which you leave as the twin systems, the structure is different and is set especially for a specific reason. In this new twin system, you have two sets of patches. Your unit has an indicator like this. When you sit in front of these units, you can hold your hand in combination of ways. You can hold like this. You can hold like this. Oh, I have to wipe this out. You hold like this. You can hold in any combination as you like. Or even you can do it what I call face to face. What you have to do, within you have to understand which combination gives you the elevation of your physicality, perception, which combination gives you the, what we call, elevation in the energy of the soul, and in which way, if you are, if I call this one one, let me do it this way. If I call this one 1 and this position 2, if you are in a position of 2 and 1, your units are indicated. Your unit has the 4 patches on it, and this will bring you a new dimension to understand how your energy center works, how, in a way, your solar physicality works, and in a way, how your physicality works. We never done this before. We never produced this system before. And the next cycle of these will increase the prices because of what the new system brings in. But what is important for those who have already purchased, when you receive your package, especially in the teachings in the German and the Austrian sections, which is coming up, which these units are going into, you got to understand, you do not give these boxes to other people to test, because it's part of connecting with you. It's part of the structure which teaches you to understand yourself, to understand the energies within you and across you. And those of you who are especially in the Austrian, what do you call it, group, every single individual has a name engraved on it. Do not give it to somebody else. This, in a way, becomes...
Anyone here from the Austrian group that can tell us more? Or heard about what they're doing in that group? Again, we always talk about sharing, how sharing is so important in giving and the rest, but a lot of these systems, as he said, they get tuned in a way to one energy of the body and one field of the brain. So when you share these things, he said, absolutely do not share this one. In a way, it gets contaminated with other fields. It has a memory or something along that line. So again, sharing is good, but in certain cases, the system is getting ingrained with a certain field or a certain strength or a certain brain field as well as the body field. And that's why you don't want it to be shared, as I understand it. Anyone else on the sharing aspect of this technology within the Keshe Foundation store?
Becomes part of the structure of you within you. And I developed this one in the past week or so to, what you call, push the boundaries further for you to know yourself. These units, what we call replication of you, does not need, in a way, anything else except connection of you with the central position of the system. And if you understand this, when you get these, what we call systems, try to feed back to us how you felt, how you do, how is in your groups, what was the reaction, and how people feel when they go home, when they use it after a week, what the family sees in behavior, what the family sees in response to the, what we call, interaction with the field. This is then, in the future cycles of development of this, will show you how these can be used in a very easy way in conjunction with our central systems, as for many other applications, your feeding and the rest of it.
Okay, all about finding out about yourself, your physicality, your soul of physicality, and your soul, and you have to find the right combination in a way. And I was thinking of the Twinity GANs. You don't just get the Twinity GANs and apply it and it works. Maybe in some cases it does. But he said, try to change the percentages of the first bottle with the second bottle, mixing the different amounts of two different waters together, or however it's applied. I don't have any of the Twinity product. But again, he said, it's up to you to find where you match into the system. And of course, he said, we'll have to teach you more about this in the future. But you have, in a way, a directive that you have to find what matches you, at least in the Twinity system, and it sounds like in this system too. It may not be that difficult to do, but he said you need to find that certain point where it interacts with you, almost like it clicks.
In a way, it's your satellite unit to the systems, the future units, not these, to service stations or for communication. And we explain this in a coming time. But if you go on the Keshe Foundation website, this unit was put on just before Christmas. It's a single individual unit, and then you will see it as it comes out. As those of you who organize these groups, be careful how you handle this, and make sure the unit is given to the person and you're touched by the person individually, because it's already active. And our people will write the name of the person on the box. If you're buying it for a family, 3 or 4 or 2 of you, husband and wife, you'll be indicated individually.
Okay, so let's just take a moment and go to the Keshe Foundation store if we can. I think he's talking about not this Christmas, but a previous Christmas. I know one of these systems, I think it's this one. Your cosmic ray is connected to you automatically with you, except your twin powered by cosmic rays to be your mirror at all 3. Okay, this is the one I think he's referring to. Let's just make sure we have that shared properly. Because this is the one where they're going to put your name on it, I think, and he said your name will be described and don't allow anyone else to touch it. This is €2,000 plus value added tax. Your cosmic ray Twinity Magrev is created to connect automatically with you, except your twin powered by cosmic rays, to be your mirror at all 3 levels, probably meaning the physicality, the soul of physicality, and the soul of the man. As you consist of 3 levels, soul, soul of physicality, and physicality, also your twin is created with the same levels, formed by a unique combination of huge number of plasmatic fields or plasma fields, which gives your twin its own cosmic ray driven heartbeat without being plunged into the grid. Again, as the entire cosmic ray series, also your cosmic ray Twinity Magrev connects automatically with you, and this gives you the security and the environment to concentrate on experiencing and memorizing the feeling of the connection. This memorized feeling helps you to establish and to connect to others at Earth and in the universe. The more you experience the communication actively, the more you feel the connection in your body and in your emotions. The more your heartbeat synchronizes, and the more you learn about yourself from your personal mirror. Your cosmic ray Twinity Magrev is tailor-made for you, and your name will be engraved into the housing. By this, there will be a connection from the time we start building your twin. Please tell us when you order which name should be on the cosmic ray Twinity Magrev. So I think this is what he's talking about. It's not a new offering, although I don't know, I don't see the 4 patches on here, but maybe it does have it. But he talked about your name being engraved, so I think this is the system that they're talking about. Let's see if we can go back, if we can, to our, sorry, I just have to find that again, and to the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, or the announcements here.
Okay, thank you. In our Q&A, we have 2 questions.
Sorry, I highlighted the wrong one. We need to go to the actual announcements. Thank you. Here we go. It's almost finished. About 5 minutes.
This is part of the process of you to learn into and come into the process of the interaction of the fields in the coming time. I can't remember what these units have been called on the store, but it's a single unit. It was just put around November. I think it's called Plasma Interactive Units or whatever. On the other hand, I was told by the our team that those of you who use the soaps, new range of soaps will be launched in the next few weeks because of the success and results people have seen. And partially part of the soaps will be introduced very soon. That is, we call it the soap of vision. We would like to see how you react and how will influence in seeing the world using this this soap. And in the next few weeks, a lot of materials like this will come. It's mainly we are looking for environmental interaction, like we developed a special coasters, which when you put your, this is not a normal coaster, you want to know how it changes your diabetic, how it interacts with your, what do you call it, emotion of diabetic, because we are not there to change anything, but we are there to see how creates emotional and how you feel with it.
He also talked about coming out with coasters, I think, in the last workshop for pest repellent or mosquito repellent. So again, same coaster, but different things are put into it. Or maybe it'll be different, I'm not sure. But you spread a few of these around the house and see how your emotion and the diabetic condition changes. No one is at this level within the Keshe Foundation that I'm aware of that can create such products and claim such sort of interactions and knowing what you're doing.
And then like what we had, like your pressure cups and the sugar cups, there'll be pressure pads and sugar pads and the rest of it. And then you'll see a new range of pads, which what we call coasters type thing, that putting across the what we call environment of the room will change your emotions. How it'll bring other conditions into play. As I said, we are in the process of.
And of course, he's talking about putting them around the home. And again, what is emotional balancing worth within your household? A lot of men don't like to come home sometimes, and that's one of the reasons they get a second job, because there's just too much tension in the house. And they'd rather be out working than having an argument with their significant other. So this can change the whole paradigm. And how much is that worth? To be balanced in emotions and look forward to coming home into a beautiful environment. I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight, as he said with the magnesium GANs. Put it up and then allow 3 to 6 months and make observations and see what changes.
Massive launch of the Keshe Foundation internationally due to what we call development, and be very much aware, as I said before, when these things come out, use it to unite your families, not to justify you being around or supporting the Keshe Foundation. Use it as a pleasure, as a gift, not as a tool to become humans like before. I knew, I know. Use it as now as to all of us. And let it learn from there what are called fields of thought. It's very important, because in conjunction with what is going on and what we will see, it will come out in the next few weeks on what we call the Keshe Foundation internationally. It'll affect all of you as knowledge seekers. Interaction with your friends and families and those who want to know more. Be humble and stay in a way to teach. That's the whole purpose of the Keshe Foundation. To share, that we learn more and we teach more, and in a way we create more peace, more understanding in science and technology and the rest.
So this is the second workshop, as I recall, in a row where he said, when this technology comes out, be kind to your family. Don't throw it in their face. Look out what I knew before you, and I was right and you were wrong, and you don't know anything and I know everything. So this is the second time. in last workshop, he said, allow them to just observe the technology, that they can grow into it in a way, and perhaps, he said, even become better servants of humanity than you are. But when you throw it in the face, I think you're already creating some animosity, and someone just out of spite will say, I don't care if it's right, I don't want to know anything about it. So he's reminded us to be humble, to be kind, and we know many of our friends and families have, in a way, hurt us or caused us to feel, in a way, that, this is a science that is just a fantasy. But now, so when it does come out, try to be humble as much as you can with it. I think this is the way to get them to grow into the technology. Don't hit them over the head with your MagRab or anything like that. Which apparently will be tempting to some people, because they do like to say how right they are and how wrong the others are. That's some sort of loosh harvesting, I'm sure. Alex has gone through that with us a number of times. But try to be humble and let it just come out, and be glad that they're touched as well by the technology. As Mr. Keshe said, we've just experienced this understanding, a partial understanding, just a bit before the others. So you don't have any advantage, or you're not any better because you discovered it sooner, and all the rest of this. So keep that in mind. This is the second workshop in a row where he said, be humble when you see this technology come out. Any thoughts, questions, comments, issues you'd like to bring up? Okay, I thought we would go somewhere around here where he talked about cholesterol. And again, man's understanding and the way we approach it is not quite up to universal understandings whatsoever. A lot of these things, let's just make sure here we have it. And I think perhaps maybe we need to go to that part in the, I think it's about 135, and I'm just scrolling over to it, and then we'll bring it back up on the screen. 135, 134. Where did I have it bookmarked? About 135 and a half. Okay. Yeah, he starts here. Now we're going to go to the end of the workshop, which is going to take us probably up to the top of the hour, where we'll do our Dome of Peace. Let me just bring the workshop on my screen so I can sort of monitor it. And then, of course, it's all set to go at that particular position. So let's share the transcript so we can all read. And these transcripts are very, I find them highly accurate. Much better than we've ever had. I think 95%. Maybe in the future they'll correct. There may be a couple words off, but most of them, we're finding less and less mistakes. So the AI, I suppose, is learning a bit, or whatever system is used to crunch this up. Okay, let's hear a bit more about cholesterol. I know I had gone to the doctor a number of years ago just to get a regular checkup. I guess it was sort of required. And they told me that, I was borderline on the cholesterol, and perhaps I should think about starting to take some tablets. Of course, I disregarded that whole thing. I mean, even if it was borderline, but I don't think the doctors of today really understand the full understanding of cholesterol and the rest of this. And Mr. Keshe has gone into it a couple times now, but he tells a little bit more about cholesterol, then gets into the washing of the floors and a couple of other things in this clip. So we're going to take this to the end of the workshop if we can, or the top of the hour, whichever comes first. Feel free to stop it, make a comment, ask a question. We don't have all the knowledge, but we have aspects of it. So feel free to share too.
Q&A, we have two questions from George, who says, Mr. Keshe, in the last teaching, you spoke about how protective the cholesterol is regarding stroke and brain damage. You have also mentioned that by plasma feeding, the levels of cholesterol decreases very much. So in the case of plasma feeding, what protects you from stroke or brain damage if the cholesterol levels are very low?
You have to understand, we speak cholesterol as an energy pack, not the way you measure it in the fields of the body. It's totally two different things. And on the other hand, when you speak about cholesterol, this is a misconception in the world of what a common understanding. They tell you, don't eat too much fatty food because of his cholesterol is bad and whatever. And I was explaining this to knowledge seekers and even in the past couple of days or some new other knowledge seekers. We have cholesterol in vegetable. We have cholesterol in lentils. And when you take too much of one, you block the others to be operating and absorbing. And this is one of the main factors of what you see the doctors or the world of science tells you, you have a high cholesterol. If you have a high cholesterol, they tell you because of using this and this and that. Look at the cholesterol, which is the beneficial and not getting absorbed, increase the or consider the consumption of them. Our body is a composite body, and he has learned what it doesn't take from one, it takes to another, from another source, and at the same time, the cells of our body have learned the same. If I don't get the what we call good cholesterol from the meat, I go from the vegetable side. And then you'll find out your body interacts very well with it. When they tell you don't eat this, don't eat that, don't do this, don't use butter, but you got to understand what I call actually the laws of Chinese eating. When you take natural goods, let's say like butter, it's made of the same protein as connection with our protein. And the body takes as much as it needs. If you eat 10 grams of butter, or 100 grams of butter, or a kilo of the butter, the body takes from the energy packs from it what it needs, and the rest goes out. When you use man-made products, let's say oils, cooking oils, and all sorts of synthetic oils, and combination of different, you actually don't get what your body needs, and you get the storage of, because it's too much of. And you got to learn in the process of what we call food. All cholesterols are not bad. You need cholesterol, otherwise you can't survive. But you have to understand why certain cholesterols create the condition you have. Look at the cholesterols, the good cholesterols, which you cannot gain from the others, which replace what you put in the wrong one, or at least by satisfying those, there is no room for them to be added to. This is a...
And of course, to find out about your cholesterol, he says it's the wrong way that they're measuring it in the matter state to give you a good recommendation. So just the way they're measuring it and the rest is wrong. He's talking about cholesterol in the energy dimension. But apparently you can manipulate it in that dimension just by picking the right foods. I know further on he says we'll show you how to shop in the future.
One of the fundamental points in understanding when we speak to about the cholesterol, we're talking about energy of the cholesterol, because you're dealing with, yes, in a way, if you look at it, your amino acid is part of your cholesterol, and you collect the amino acid, and if it is always one time, it gets stored, you see yourself getting fat. So we need a diversity of cholesterols. And due not lack of understanding of it, we got this problem now with the world of wellness. Look into other ways of the spectrum of cholesterol energies. And then you find out the body will balance itself out. And then look at different ways you absorb protein, which those proteins create the condition of what we call absorption of cholesterols through a different way. If you take a kilo of meat, beef, and if you take a kilo of green lentil, and if you take certain amount of avocado, you absorb the same amount of protein from all three, but different cholesterols. And this is the key. We are locked into commercialization and pricing to go for the cheapest and whatever goes in, where we can be selective in a way. You might pay slightly more, maybe a lot more in some cases, but you can select the process of your food intake. And in the coming time, we teach you how. You don't need to buy, God knows, one thing so many times, but you can reprocess it as energy fields. And this is what the future apps you will see on the Keshe Foundation structure. You press an app, you get an apple, it costs you 1 cent, but you can have as many apples as you like a day, because only the first one, maybe the second one is the maximum you need. Your body won't take anymore. You don't need to. But you don't need to go to the supermarket and buy an apple. The apple is there, the energy field is there, but you receive all the structures of it.
And this is important too. As he said, he has 1 million apples in that Nutrigans, plus hundreds of other items, so that you receive the full, but you receive the full structure of it. And this is what happens when we make a food GANS. I don't think we're getting the full structure of it, because we're not fully understanding everything that's in that structure to be able to put it into a food GANS to absorb it properly. This is just my thinking. Anyone else?
You will see these apps coming up in the future with the Keshe Foundation. And then would you choose to go for the cholesterols of, you have a problem, you go for this. At the moment, as I said before, we were meat eaters, we became vegetarian, we became vegan, we became God knows fruitins and the rest of it. And all of it depends on what you can spend, what you can afford, and what you run your own farm. The new structure of the plasma feeding is very simple. Everybody gets the same as they need according to the need of their body, and you find out a lot of diseases will not exist. We will not be eating physical food, but in a way we receive the energy what we need for existence. And this is a prelude to understanding how your in a structure what we call the central energy. The soul works that it taps into the energy in the universe, what it needs, and then the soul and the soul of physicality in a way converts it to the physical food for man to live. So if you talk, when we talk about cholesterol, we're talking about energy and not the state of what the doctors tell you measuring fat. And then you work on energy, the body takes what it needs from it, and you find out these things don't exist. But look in the combination of cholesterol. Our body is used to all three. The what we call meat, the vegetables, and the minerals. And each one of them carry their own structure to satisfy, to fulfill a man in all dimensions. You take an iron tablet, actually, how come that solid becomes part of iron in your body? Because it goes in the conversion of energy and not matter state. You eat meat to get iron. Again, that iron is different than the iron, but scientists put it all, and the common man thinks the same. They're all the same, but they're of different strength and different, satisfy different energy needs of the body of the man. And when you put too much of one in, you get a problem of stacking it up. If you learn, even if you cook a meat, look into lentils and see, add some lentils into your meat soup or whatever. Add some vegetables which carry that kind of things you need. You'll find out that a lot of diseases don't exist. And you don't live a healthier life, you live a balanced life, which is a difference.
Anyone want to expound on that? And you don't live a healthier life, you live a balanced life, which is different. But there's many things we can do for ourselves. Again, it's a lack of knowledge that we abuse ourselves, or we get abused, I think. So there'll be more and more, and these apps are coming forward to be able to, again, give you what you need, not more than you need. If you want 10 apples and you paid 10 cents, 1 penny an apple, you may only take, as he said, 1 or 2, because that's all the body needs. But it'll be given in the energy dimension. You don't get the physical apple, you get the energy of the apple. And this is a very interesting part about what he said, how man used to live 900 to 1,000 years. When we were eating once every 3 or 4 days.
As is in the historical books. This in one of our ancestors, and living some, what do you call it, thousands of years ago, men lived average life of around 900 to 1,000 years. That was average life. And the reason for it is very simple. Due to matter gathering and hunting and whatever, men ate on average 1 meal every 3 days, because there wasn't food there all the time, or to gather it. And as man progressed and brought this under control of farming and taming animals, the more we tamed, the more we controlled our food, the shorter our life has become. So 900 years is reduced to 90. And it was very common in very olden days to live around 800-900 years. And even one of the gods has been said to live 956 years or something in that region. But
I got a
the
question.
philosophy is, once you...
Great. Thank you, Ike.
So the olden in the olden days, he said the folks they eat once every 3 days because of hunting and gathering. Was it because there's not enough food, or is it they're absorbing energy? Because it seems to allude that the hunting and gathering was a tedious effort, a tax that they don't have enough. They have to eat once every 3 days. Is that what you?
Anyone? Now, I'm not sure if this was before we discovered fire or after we discovered fire. Because before we discovered fire, we did eat the meat, I guess, uncooked in a way. And that meat would sit there for a day, 2 days, or 3 days before it was digested. Now, once we discovered fire and we were able to open up the atomic structure of the meat, we could get more energy from it in a very shorter time.
It's all part of it, I think, because if there's scarcity of things to hunt, and they eat once every 3 days. So in a sense, they have to go and gather, and it takes time. So the body structure, I guess, has to rewire that they don't have enough, and they're not lacking anything. And since they're out there, I'm talking about ancestors, are out there gathering, so they're absorbing fields outside. So in a way, necessity warrants that they still have energy, so they're not lacking anything.
Right, but would you rather eat once every 3 days and live to 900 or 1,000, or eat every day 3 times a day and live to 90?
Oh, I'll go for the previous. I'll eat once every 3.
Yep. And so this is a beautiful explanation of how we read in the holy books and some of these other places where people live so long. And it's just counterintuitive. You would think the more food you have, the healthier you are and the longer you'll live, because we're so connected with the food. But it's actually, again, too much conversion or whatever happens. He said most of the problems we have are what you put in your mouth. But it's very interesting how he said that a lot of diseases will correct themselves just with the cholesterol balance. So there's a lot, as he said, we're making you the last man standing, and this is just another knowledge to keep you in that sort of understanding that you are the last man standing and you can provide all these things in a way for yourself, or learn how to shop, or learn how to take energies. As I said, I've been using the Nutrigants, and February 7th was 30 days eating one meal. So now we're a couple days past that, and it seems to be working well.
There are two points I'd like to add to Ike's question. So we know that lions don't hunt every day, and but we know that lions don't cook their food. And so the implication is that the raw food is harder to digest. And the lions themselves don't have the proper digestive system to digest that food. And we know that to be true because the first thing that they eat actually is the intestines of the prey that they capture. And so within those intestines are the digestive juices, which the lions need to be able to digest the food. So that's the sequence. They eat the intestines, then they'll eat the rest of the meat. And then it takes a long time for them to recover. And in that period of time, they rest. And so they gather back their energy, which obviously is not wholly dependent on them eating, because now you have a fasting period. So when you look at the hunter-gatherers, and if when we came to this planet we were hunters, we didn't work on a 9 to 5 basis like we do today. So if you have to feed your family and you leave in the morning and you're looking for some game to catch, but you fail, you can't kind of look at the well, you wouldn't have your Rolex to check. You'd be looking at the shadows of the sun and say, you know, it's getting near 5 o'clock. It's quitting time. I better go back. And I don't think you'd be very well received if you went back to the tribe and said, well, sorry, folks, I didn't succeed today, and you're going to have to go hungry. Because realistically, you went out with the expectation that you would gather the food, and so the people who remained behind would be living with that expectation. And so if you come back and you're unable to fulfill that expectation, now you've created a different kind of environment, massive disappointment, and even resentment. And you say, well, you know, I only work from 9 to 5, and I don't get paid for overtime, so I'll just head out in the morning, and I'll see what I can come up with. But now you've created a sense of unreliability because you went out the first day and you failed. There's no security in the knowing that you will succeed on the second day. The chance of you failing on the second day are just as high as on the first day. And if we see that the prey likes to escape the radius of the predator, so if you have moved from the center point of the camp to a certain radius, which realistically would take you half a day, and then knowing that you had reached your maximum, if you had to come back by 5 o'clock, then you would have to double back. And so that becomes your radius. And so anything that's within that radius then, and you fail to catch, is because whatever you were looking for is not within that radius. So if you go out the next day and you pursue the prey within that radius, well, it's also not going to be there. So you have to extend your radius if you want to do that. So the best way to do that is when you go out halfway, spend the rest of the day to go out another half. And then if you still don't catch anything, then the second day you continue and you basically double your distance until you catch something. And then you can go back and you'll be welcomed with open arms and be rewarded with praise and a fine meal. And so now you have a measurement and you say, well, I spent a lot of energy to get this. And so, I've developed quite the hunger. And so you have a little feast. And so between the feasts comes another period of fasting. And so that becomes quite the lifestyle. So if we don't appreciate that lifestyle, then, we become gatherers and we grow our own food, and we only have to go out in our backyard and harvest the food, and then we can eat every day. And of course, we'd be consuming less energy. But as any professional athlete will tell you, that if they don't change their eating habits from their playing career days, that instead of eating for the sake of, shall we say, recovering from the sports injuries and regaining energy that was overconsumed based on their physical exertion, that will be translated into obesity as they carry on if they don't modify. So it always boils down to the energy expended versus the energy taken in. And so it only stands to reason that we become more resilient when we consume less. And so the less is in the direction of none, and the more is in the direction of too much. And so this becomes a reflection in our society that we could translate into avarice and greed versus poverty and need. And I think that is the lesson that came out bright and clear last Thursday. So thanks for your question. And back to you, Mark.
Okay, do you think this was before man discovered fire or after? I know hunting is not that easy. Sometimes lions go quite a long time
Well, I
without
don't
eating.
think.
But if you put a piece of meat in your belly and it was uncooked, it's going to take you three, even though you don't get any more energy out of it, it's going to take you a few days to pass that, to digest it if it's uncooked.
Well, that's exactly the point, and so man did not take a lifetime to learn about fire. You know, just like man didn't take a lifetime to learn about the wheel. You know, we had a burning bush, and Jack and Jill went up the hill and came tumbling down the hill, and guess what? They invented gravity. So the gravity, the wheel, and fire, and all of that, you know, came through the mother invention, which is necessity. And then we discovered that the food tastes better when we cook it. And you know, we didn't have to know why it tasted better, but we know.
It released more energy, Alex, quicker if it was cooked, if it was nano-coated. You started the process of digestion before you even put it in your mouth.
Sure. So that started you from, this is what I'm saying. It started you from the next level instead of going back to the first level and starting from there. So this is why the hunter had to sleep overnight outside so that he would start from the next level. And so life is for learning, and so all of these little stories kind of teach us on how things work. And you say, well, what does that have to do with rocket science? Well, everything that you do all day long has to do with rocket science in that respect. And one of the things we know about rocket science is the limitations of it and how obsolete it is. And it's confounding to our society, who we claim to be so intelligent, that we are still governed by principles that you know, we had thousands of years ago when we didn't have the technology. Well, so-called. We say we didn't have the technology, but then there's a lot of anomalies out there, and you wonder if these hunter-gatherers who you were claiming, you know, maybe didn't know fire at some point, but someone built the pyramids, and I don't think it was the hunters and gatherers who couldn't light a barbecue. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, good. And just to show what we were talking about, Transmutation Flight session is here. This will be on the 21st, I believe, of the month. And again, you can sign up for these sessions. You can go for a bundle for €1,500, or you can pay individually February, March, April at €600 plus value added tax. So there's a little bit of savings. And again, we're learning about ourselves, and we're also learning that we can keep the Keshe Foundation free by going to these sessions. This is the most important thing, to keep the Keshe Foundation unencumbered in a way from others taking it over or directing it or pushing the development in a certain way. Mr. Keshe already has a plan. So this is a way to find out about yourself, but also to find out that we can keep the Keshe Foundation free, and to help the team to understand how these systems work. It's not affordable for everyone, and but as he said, this will be made into apps. We're not wasting our time in these sessions. Everything is going to be made much easier. A penny for an apple. Gosh, I don't know what they're selling them for in the supermarket today, but it's certainly way more than a penny. And you won't get the physical apple. You get the energy of the apple and all the rest of the structure that's needed to go along with that. And that's how these systems are made. And of course, we did mention this other unit that was mentioned earlier. Whoops. I think we have to keep going back to the overall view of the web store. And there's many more products to be added. So this is a way, if you can, to support the Keshe Foundation. This is the one we talked about earlier. There's a whole many different soaps. I think this is a beautiful, inexpensive gift. If you can get it again. There's the Love Soap. This is a separate item, I think, and the Fun with Kids and Color soap. So these are, I'm not sure if you just get one, but you can also buy a mixed assortment. Let's see, yeah, I think right here. The mixed assortment has a cherry, chocolate almond, lavender, orange, and rose. And as Mr. Keshe said, you can mix these soaps. Don't use the same one every day. And it'll create different emotions or different structures. As we heard in that testimonial reading from the last workshop, how the woman and even the children had a change of emotions. Even someone else who was, again, using one of the soaps noticed a change. And there'll be more of these soaps coming out. I know he talked about one for lumps and other things. So this is where the meat and potatoes is. If you want carrots and celery, you make it at home or you buy it from someone else. But it's certainly not the full understanding is into the product you're buying unless you go directly to the certified Keshe Foundation products, is the way I'm looking at this. And again, to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. So many products in here. He talked about Twinity, Negans, Nutrigans. This is the one I've been sort of playing with. It seems to be working. If you're having trouble sleeping, snooze. There's migraine ice caps. There's pain pens. This is just a little token. Top at Ease is another GANS, I believe, for migraines, or you could have a migraine cap that you can wear. So there's many different offers, and we know the pause GANs for women, detachment GANs for addiction, flagpole GANs for men's. These are people going through menopause, or I guess men go through it as well. Twinity cycle GANs is, again, I think it's for cramping and menstruation. Heat GANs is, he said, for damaged skin. This is the one, and again, they're coming out with more and more articles about the plastics and how they become embedded within our structure. The body doesn't know what to do with them. In time, it will. But if you want to try and transmute some of the plastics out of your system, this is called the Twinity microplastic GANs. And it's, of course, also for Teflon as well, another type of plastic. But if you look in your refrigerator, if you just go to the supermarket, you'll see everything is in plastic. So we're consuming and we're depositing quite a bit of plastic. The body saves it because it thinks it's energy. The Sight GANs here, as he said, they're developing a new vision soap, but this is also a new product, I think, an improvement on a product, the Sight GANs. And I think in the last workshop, he explained how to apply it. It says in the instructions morning and night, but he prefers the night application. You don't put it in your eyes, but you could put it on your eyelashes or around the eyes. I don't have this product, so I'm not sure exactly what the instructions are in it. But many exciting products within the Keshe Foundation store, and more will be added, and you can buy with confidence or order with confidence. Even though the delivery may take a little longer than usual, the products will be overseen, and they all are overseen by the professor, as I understand it. He says, I test these on myself before you get them. And of course, with many other people, I think they've run a lot of tests. Okay, it is the time of the hour here. But maybe before we go that, I'd like to, well, maybe we'll just forgo that. I wanted to play the part where Mr. Keshe said he had a communication sent through his Jewish channels to the Prime Minister of Israel, and how he said we now have this technology within our hands. As he said, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, where we can give people who don't seem to be able to get along with certain other people, we can give them their own planet or their own, in a way, galaxy, as he referred to the Muslims, and see if you can populate it. Perhaps we will listen to that, because this was quite, again, out of the ordinary. Never thought Mr. Keshe would say we have the technology within our hands right now to be able to offer this to people who would like to perhaps separate. And for those who are peace-loving and the rest of this, he said, we give you the planet Earth. But to those who prefer to be by themselves or alone or what have you, let's just, I won't start it exactly at the right position, but we'll get close. Let's just scroll down to about 252 minutes into this workshop, and let's see if we can, and there's so much, again, in each one of these workshops. It's just totally phenomenal how he can, in a way, deliver things that cause us to contemplate our understanding, or contemplate things we never even thought we would be thinking about. So let's go here and spend, maybe it's 4 or 5 minutes, then we'll go to the Dome of Peace.
To accident, people cannot be damaged, harmed. So proof of concept is we physically have the things. It's been done. So we see what the next step is. Any other question, or shall we call it a day?
Well, we have a couple more, but we always have a couple more, and they can be...
So just take 2 and then we go.
Okay. From Jefferson Rodriguez, also from Brazil, the other Jefferson. In the direction of today's teaching, could you please explain a bit about the spherical torus field forces, PM ticks, inside the neutron?
I think I've gone a little bit too far. Again, there's many, many interesting questions. And as a wise man once said, sometimes we learn more from the Q&A than we do from the actual teaching. But we can take from both. I'm just looking for this where he talks about, yes, okay, I wrote down the wrong, in a way, timestamp. Okay, it's 2:46. Okay, no, I think it's 2:45. So we're going to go back to 2:45 for a moment, or 44:30. Let's try this again. Let's see if we can get close to it.
Technology, because your technology.
This was a question he was answering for Azar.
For you to bring it out?
Because 2025.
Okay, because
this year is the time to rock the world.
Okay, because I'm at the end of my rope, and I just think, this knowledge exists.
That you're ready to rock the world?
You are living in paradise, and you wake up, you're retired, you don't do anything.
No, it's not.
It's the time to enjoy. You worked all your life to be retired. Now you're retired, enjoy it.
Yeah, but when you see other people, like, when President Trump and Netanyahu were talking in the White House, I was just like seeing, just like I was beside myself, because I couldn't believe the way they're talking about the land, like as if just these people don't exist.
I tell you something. I sent a message to Netanyahu very recently, and through my connections in the Jewish community, and we put it openly to it. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. What is good for a female duck is good for the male duck. As the technology develops, within a very short time, as we open access to a planetary system, we propose that all the Jewish people, they're fighting for a small land, we give them a planet. We call it the Jewish planet. And we provide them with all their needs, that they don't suffer. And what I say, please move yourself. They talk about a peace. We talk about planet. We have the knowledge, we have the technology. We can give the moon to the Jews and let them go. Or any other race which they think they are better than the others. The time has come to exile this race out of this planet, and the beginning has started. They didn't learn, and they changed it. You see, what is interesting is they say 6 million Jews died. Half of the videos we see of the Jews in things in Second World War were taken months and months after, and some of them are Russian and German soldiers. Secondly, 18 million and more died of the Russian side. First World War in Iran, 15 million people died because the British brought hunger. No people can get food. People literally died on the street of hunger. 15 million. 2.5 times more than supposedly the Jews. What happened? Hidden in the history. How many Europeans died? More than supposedly the Jews. If you know why Hitler went against the Jews, it was very easy. He went to Berlin. All the money laundering or money renting was done by the Jews. They controlled, so he wanted to get rid of them. And then all the other side of the funny work was done by the Jews, which was prostitution and all the pedophiles, all the homosexuality. He got rid of the two and he made himself the biggest enemy. And then they made it a history. So we give the bank to them and we give them all the gold and we send them to the planet they're happy to live in. Listen to what happened to Federal Bank. The head of the Federal Bank said that Trump is going to change you. He said he has no power. We are a private company. We got nothing to do with the government, and he has power over us, which means we run your company. Federal Bank makes $36 million a day on interest only, producing paperwork for the American government. It's a lucrative job, and it's owned by the Jews. We give them their own bank. Looking for a planet for them to send them to enjoy themselves, even though I'll miss some of my cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome.
Okay, I thought I'd just put that in there again, beyond our imagination, that they have or they're moving into a dimension called planetary system, where you can have your own planet or your own galaxy, and then there'll be no more fighting. But for the ones who are peaceful, as I said, as Mr. Keshe said, and who are kind and generous and sharing, we give you the planet Earth. This is the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe, as I understand it. Anyone want to make any comments? Quite a bold statement. And as he said to Rick, okay, let me see here. Keshe said to Rick, that made you laugh, doesn't it? Rick said, well, it's a controversial thing for sure. And the point is the technology. You have to understand there's a lot of research and a lot of work has done by many, many organizations. And once this technology comes in public in the next few weeks and months, they'll think everything together because we have the mosaic of knowledge, which is sitting there, and it is suppressed, and now it will all come together in just like a ball. from a ball of fire. This is what you call it, part of the structure. We reach the point of world peace. So thank you all, knowledge seekers, for all your contributions, participations, and making little systems and the rest. We're all going to come to find out in the future time what significance, more significance, our role has had in this whole process. Even though, as Mr. Keshe said, it's not me anymore, it's all of us. So we thank you all for the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you're making. Let's go to the Dome of Peace if we can, which is again something we're all familiar with. We're going to use our usual 2 workshops here about creating the Dome of Peace. One is for your physicality to spread the Gans waters. They know what to do and where to go once they get there. Let me just cover this. We thank Stefania and Shweta for reading this, and this is some instruction, and this is one of the ways, or an aspect of the ways, you take over a planet.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a nice voice.
For you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So that's the first step, and it almost sounds like it's a twinity system. We're spreading the Gans water, and we're using the collective power of the souls. And this is the second step of creating the Dome of Peace, is the power, collective power of the souls. Let's make sure we're sharing this again properly. And let's move into this part.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania, for reading that for us. And again, the beautiful part of using the soul, as Mr. Kesh said, I'll handle the physicality. You can see the products that are coming in the store and the systems that are being made. He said, you work with the soul. Start to learn how to work with your energy side. So we're going to switch over. And again, the most beautiful part of this is nobody fails this test. So you've all already passed without even trying. It's a beautiful thing. Nobody fails this test. So let us take a couple minutes, 2.5 actually, I like to, and we'll share more. So however you'd like to give from your emotions to other world leaders, world religious leaders, others who you think need elevating, but right here and now is this touching the world leaders and touching the soul in a way through your emotions to elevate the people working in the peace process, the soul of humanity, souls of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, plus the peace negotiators. And of course, as we know, the Brazilian team has been doing this every single day, which you can go on Keshe.Brazil, I believe, and many of the social medias find the Keshe Knowledge Seekers in Brazil, and you can join their meetings on a regular basis, a daily basis, for daily intentions or for the elevation of the world leaders on a Wednesday. So feel free to join them in a regular meeting. So let's just take 2.5 minutes. We all understand the drill and what we're doing, and let's, in a state of inner calmness, use the collective power as the soul. In a way, we're switching to that energy dimension. But you can still keep working with your physicality. As he said, in this process, you could be climbing a mountain, driving a car, changing the baby, making dinner. Your physicality, your soul of physicality is not actually involved in this process. So you can multitask your way through this. Again, whether you're driving or walking or you're just out shopping, let's say, and that time comes and you say, I'd like to give a nanosecond or a minute of my life to this process. Again, we'll cover a bit more when we conclude here. So let's just take 2.5 minutes and elevate the world leaders, the world religious leaders, the peace negotiators, humanity, the soul of planet Earth, and the rest. And have confidence. Nobody fails this test. Let me just make sure we're sharing this. I think we are. And let's take 2.5 minutes now. Simple process. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. As they say in exercising, no pain, no gain. But in the world of energy, you don't need to feel the pain whatsoever. There's no pain in this process. And so the Universal Council invites everyone to continue this process on a daily basis. It's not a formal meeting, but it's a meeting where we just gather on the energy level, the soul dimension, and we do the same process. You can stay there for a minute or 5 minutes or as ever long as you like. And then we can extend that process to where you're giving to these individuals or others as you see fit on a regular basis. As they say, it's not the amount in exercising, but the regularity that counts. So the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Keshe Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summertime for the elevation of all souls of all leaders and the soul of totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So perhaps some of these world leaders have caught the fields in a way, or their soul has picked up the fields you have given. And I think we're in the time of the change. Of course, Mr. Keshe said we don't need governments. We're going to deliver it. But at the same time, he says we need to be in bed with, in a way, Big Brother to bring this. So either way, things are being brought out. This is the year for it. But join us. You can join the Brazilian team. And I think other language communities are also participating in this process. So again, give a nanosecond of your life to bring the peace. And as we hear in the creation of the Universal Council, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change. No other thing. So it's very easy. It's not a physical strain. You're not going to sweat doing this process or injure any of your muscles. It's not hard work. It's very easy working through the plasma dimension, but we never believed in it. We thought we didn't have any power, but now we understand we have the mother connection to make the change or to that connection. It's an instantaneous thing. So thank you all, and we invite you to continue to participate in this process. This is one of the aspects of bringing the change. I think it's time, more than time, for Alex to come in and do his presentation and share more about the knowledge. So Alex, if you're ready, or...
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yes, please take the screen.
Here.
We appreciate you sharing with us.
As usual, another fine job on this beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
So
is today Super Bowl Sunday?
What kind of American are you?
I think I'm going to have to leave this meeting.
No, we have lots of time.
Okay. Oh, that's right. It's not on till later. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that halftime show, right?
Yeah, well, I don't really have a cable TV to actually watch it, so... but we'll think about it. Yes, it's just another one of these sporting events. A lot of, again, this is a distraction for most of us. They get us involved in these sports and other things, which really doesn't amount to much, but we like to root for our team and so on. And I know Mr. Keshe is an avid footballer as well. So, Alex, thank you for joining us, and please carry on.
So let's get some important business out of the way.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, everybody. So let's do this and see if it works. Thank you so much. I hope wherever it is for you is a nice, comfortable place of refuge. We all need that all the time. And so we are coming into a very, very important time in history, and we need to date stamp this because change is coming. And it's a great time to be here, and hopefully all of us will still be here once things happen, so that we can sit around the campfire and talk about the good old days and how we were there. So let's carry on the teachings, and welcome everybody to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting in 2025. And the American Knowledge Team meeting is welcoming all the knowledge seekers from all the other continents as well. And that's what makes this meeting so important. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are embarking on the intermediate inertia series. And of course, we're referred to as the four-wheelers. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is February the 9th, 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we completed last week one series, the Basic Inertia series, and which was a continuation of several years where we're trying to distill all the knowledge down so that the new knowledge seekers can join us and just carry on and not feel like they've been left behind. Timing is everything. So if you're here, you're on time. That's all there is to it. But there's a lot of knowledge that happened before us, and we shouldn't be critical of that because, let's face it, a lot of history happened before we were born here as well. So we're all newcomers in a way, and we need to get with the program. But now we're going to continue into the intermediate inertia series. But let's remember, it's still basic teaching, and it just we get a little bit more in detail, and we carry forward a lot of things that we brought. And this is important for the mature teachers because it fills in gaps where additional knowledge or a different interpretation of the existing knowledge comes to the fore. And so it gives us all a chance to, in some cases, revisit, and in other cases, to add to it, because we do have a difficult job ahead, and that is to explain to all the new knowledge seekers who are still stuck on the hesitancy highway and understanding what that is. That's the lowest energy state. And for us, our society is, for the most part, well paved. Maybe we have a few potholes, but our forefathers didn't have pavement, and they had vast frontiers to explore. And so here we are at the frontier crossroads now, where the old science and the new science is coming together. And we understand that there's a resistance. But in order to go from here to there has to be some kind of progress. And so we have to understand that we came here from somewhere. And where we came from was from outer space, and where we're going to is outer space. And in between, we're always searching for outer space. And so what we're trying to do is to pave the infrastructure paths on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And right then and there is where part of the problem lies, is because we're so content with our little pie in the sky, and that's okay. Everyone has a vision of what their pie in the sky should be, but let's remember that our pie is just a piece of the whole pie. And so we all need to keep our pie as healthy as possible. Just like one bad apple can spoil the bunch. And we see where we have some problems, but we don't focus on the problems. So we're focusing on the solutions and trying to understand the solutions, and trying to understand why we're stuck on this hesitancy highway. So with the books of Maritime called Keshe, in book number 1, we've seen the universal order of the creation of matter. And in many ways, we're going to review some of that today to reinforce what is the difference between the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. What we have to understand, those are all 3 different energy sources or energy states, and they come together and they converge into the creation of matter. And so this creation of matter is what we refer to in advanced science as inertia. A lot of people think that inertia is the force in one direction and creating a force equal and opposite in the opposite direction. And that also is true to a certain extent. So we see in book number 2, the structure of the light, how the light comes. And so if we understand about the conventional definition of inertia, then we have to understand that the light comes from somewhere. And so if the light is coming to us at light speed, then it must be leaving somewhere at light speed. And there must be an equal and opposite force at light speed. Okay, well, that was a little bit shocking. And in book number 3, then we look at the origin of the universe, and we say, well, wait a sec, we just created matter, and now we're going to split it up. And through that split, we have the origin of the universe. How can you have the origin of the universe split up from the creation of the matter? So when everything that we see is our universe. Now we really have a dilemma. And so we've been trying to impart 364 weeks in a row through the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace, bringing together the members of the Universal Council as hosted by Rick Crammond, to understand that the reason that we're only seeing half the project is because the universe is a peaceful place and the humanity is not a very peaceful race. So we are given commandments. And we all know how we appreciate commandments, especially when they come from our parents and say, don't do this and don't do that. Well, in terms of plasma science, not doesn't work, because energy is always positive and energy is always in motion, as we keep saying. So there's a real flaw in the 10 commandments. And there's a second flaw, is that there were a lot of missing commandments. So we've got our case of 2-4, and this is pretty good for all the Canadians. But, you know, do we understand these things, and why do we need these things? And does that mean that the 24 commandments are an executive order? And then the question becomes is, who is that executive order? And, you know, when we look at some of the executive orders and they talk about influencing how we live, which is really kind of strange. And because how we lived was here before the executives were. But anyway, we're looking for that plasma highway and trying to figure out where it is. So fundamentally, it's the highest energy state. So that means there are lower energy states. And so we understand that there was a transmission highway. And on that transmission highway, we have frequency, heat, and pressure. Or frequency, temperature, and pressure, shall we say. But when we start to elevate, we get into the transition highway. These characteristics dissipate. And then with the transition highway, we have an option. We can stay there, we can go to a higher energy state, or we can return back to the lower energy state. And is it nice to have options as opposed to having commandments? And then there's a transmutation highway, which obviously is the way we were born. And we know that because we don't know how we were born, and we don't know how to get on the transmutation highway. So there's a common denominator. So what do we know? We don't know that much. That's what we know. And we need more to learn. Well, how do we do that? And so we learned about the carbon inertia highways. And when we see that really it's two-sided, double-sided, not to be confused with double dealing and two-faced. But when we look at the combination of the lowest energy state, the carbon-12 and the carbon-12, that comes out to 24. But the ratio is 1-to-1. When we go to the transition state, the ratio carbon-14 to carbon-10 is 1.4-to-1. And when we go to the transmutation state, the ratio of carbon-16 to carbon-8, well, that's 2-to-1. So the total on every level is carbon-24, but the ratios are changing. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the rules are the same on each level, but the ratios change. And so what causes that change? So it's the same change that we see when light travels at light speed within the containment of the Earth. And most of what we see, and when we say we, humanity, what we see is visible light. But there is non-visible light, and we pride ourselves on seeing the results of X-rays. So we don't see the X-rays, but we are able to see the result of the X-rays. So that is also based on the X-ray light. So whether we see the light or whether we see the results of the light, that tells us that it could be a reflection or it could be an illusion. And do we know which we're looking at, and how do we make that decision? So then we come to the point where conventional science is based on nuclear forces. And so the obvious question is, how big is large? Because of the premise is that weak nuclear forces are far. So our perception is that weak nuclear forces are weak because they're far away. But because they involve planets, they may be far away and they may appear to be weak. We know that planets are a lot bigger than we are, and all we have to do is look at our Earth, and that confirms that planets are bigger than us. So these so-called weak nuclear forces must be really, really strong. So our perception is that they're weak only because they're far. And so when we look at the strong nuclear forces, we say they're strong because they're near. Well, what is near to us? Well, obviously, the atom. And you can see how tightly wrapped the atom is because we have all these elements on this planet and all these things, and they're all wrapped up in these atomic structures, and they're very strong. They appear very strong to us, but they're strong because they're near. But since they influence things that are really tiny, very tiny, I mean, so tiny you can't even see it. So these strong nuclear forces are only appearing to be strong because they're near, but in fact, they are very weak because when you compare them to the weak nuclear forces, they are certainly much weaker. So then we can conclude that the far nuclear forces are actually strong and the near nuclear forces are actually weak. So if nuclear forces can be weak or can be strong, then in discussing nuclear forces, we can't really tell if they're weak or if they're strong, because if we were to bring those far forces near us, then would those weak nuclear forces be perceived to be strong for us? And if that were to be the case, then what would cause the change in that strength? So if we just say, well, those forces are weak and those forces are strong, it's like saying, wow, is that ever big? Oh, really? And how big is it? Oh my God, it's really, really big. I mean, it is really big. Is it bigger than the gap between that a one-armed fisherman would show? How big is the fish that he caught with his one hand? I guess it was really big. And what about the other fisherman who brought the big fish, but he had to climb over the mountain to come into the valley that didn't have a lot of water? Maybe it just had a small river. And the people there were saying, wow, that's a big fish. Where did you get that big fish? It would have to be in a big pond of water. Yes, that pond of water is on the other side of the hill. You want to come and see it? And they say, well, you know what? What we see is what we have. And there ain't no big lake to hold that fish. So we don't see the lake, but we don't see the fish. And that's how you get stuck on the hesitancy highway. And it's, I would say, set. And so we only acknowledge what we see. And so what we see is what we get. And so we must conclude that if we only see what we get, then we only get what we get, and we don't get what we don't get. In other words, what we don't see is what we don't get. But there's no accounting for saying that it doesn't exist. You don't want to cross the mountain? You don't have to. Stay in the valley, and you know what? This is how we value life. We just nickel and dime things. And so maybe the difference between the V and the X is one is only half the picture. So in Roman numerals, the V is 5. And in Roman numerals, the X is a dime. And since today is Super Bowl Sunday, we know that all defensive coordinators are alternating between the nickel and dime defense. And if you don't know what that is, then obviously you're not a football fan. But anyway, what we're talking about is inertia contention. Yes, we're still talking about inertia because what we've seen is that in order to go from the transmission dimension to the transition dimension, that's 1 and 1. And the combination of those two takes us to 2, which is the transmutation dimension. Okay, well, that takes care of one dimension, but what happens if we're in the transmutation dimension and we want to go to the transmission dimension? We have to reverse our path. In other words, the transmutation dimension would be 1, the transition dimension would be 1, and now the transmission would be the sum total. 1 and 1 is 2. And so that's the inertia contention, where you bring two field strengths together and you come up with 1. So with this particular thing, we could say by transferring energy states, we can manifest inertia fields. But still, we have no accounting as to how we do this. So there has to be some kind of transition state. And in fact, there's a transition junction. You know, first of all, you have one track where you go from the lower to the higher. So that's 1. And then that becomes the transfer state dimension. And that becomes 1. And then from that, we go to the transition matter of another track. And that becomes 2. So this is one way that we go through the plasma inertia junction from the lower to the high. Okay. But there is a midpoint. There is a medium point in the plasma inertia junction where the transition matter of the lower is 1 and the transition matter of the higher is 1. And the coming together is the inertia transfer state dimension, where two fields come together as 1. Well, what happens now? Well, here's the low, where the transition matter is 1, the transfer state is 1, and then the low transition matter becomes the inertia state. So therefore, we can go from one track and get to another track, but there is a third track. And so that just changes the whole game. So now when we talk about the surface to volume ratio, if we're going to discuss a sphere, which is 3-dimensional, and that means 1 plus 1, not the same one, plus another one, not the same one as the previous two, but coming together are more than 3. And it's more than 3 because you still have the 1 plus the 1 plus the 1. And now you have the 3. So the 3 ones are part of the feeding dimension, and the 3 is part of the feedback dimension. And we're none of these dimensions. We're the observers of these dimensions. And because pi is only 3.14 and a bit and a bit and a bit, we just get the chance to fudge everything. You know, just round it off to the nearest $1 trillion. So there is a conservation of energy, however, where the energy transfer state itself is a MAGRAV. And so we have a possibility of transferring energy and balancing it out on each state, whether it's atomic, nanostate, or GaN state. But we can also transfer energy between states. So now we have a clear path where 1 plus 1 could be 2 on the same state, or could be 2 by changing energy states. And so, you know, we have an option. And really, now we have to take into account if 1 is equal to 1 and not the same 1, is it the 1 in the GaN state, or is it the 1 in the nanostate? And those ones actually are not the same either, because they may be on the same side, but they're not of the same energy state. So there is no accounting as to say which equation you're going to choose or which path you're going to choose. But what you do know is now you have a choice. And is that choice restricted to only going one step down? So it is actually possible to go from the GaN state to the atomic state. And we do know that to be true because we've all done it in our homes. So when we're talking about the creation of the universe, it's coming together of the creation of matters. And since these matters exist from energy, and it's always positive, but it's in motion. And so the charge is reflecting that motion, whether it's positive or negative. And if that is the case, it's coming to or going from something. And as we said, it can stay at the same energy state, or it can transition between energy states. But the energy transfer has to be in balance. And so the rules are, and they apply to all the states, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So the way we run our society, this could be a conflict point. But in science, that becomes a binding zone. And in that binding zone, there would have to be a common denominator. Because if there wasn't a common denominator, it wouldn't be a binding zone. It would be a separation zone. So the plasma rule would either create a binding zone or a separation zone, but it would not create a conflict zone. It's only us. We're just like crash test dummies, aren't we? Where we run collision experiments. And it all comes from our science, which likes to have atoms collide. And why is it that when cars collide, it doesn't work, but when atoms collide, you create this fusion manifestation? how is it to believe that you can do creation through destruction? And so, when we have the artificial intelligence of a dummy, then, it becomes a problem for us to sort this out. And so we continue with this point of collision. We have these contentious issues. And, if we have a problem with cars, we have a bigger problem with trucks because trucks are bigger. So whether it's a small force or whether it's a big force, there's always a balance between the intensity and the outtensity. So these points of collision, and you could always say, well, it was a big accident. Oh, really? And how big was it? Oh, it was really big. And was it resolved? Or did it become a point of containment? Or as they say, it was a train wreck. So maybe we have 18 wheels of fortune, not just 4. Well, this is all part of energy binding, and it's very important to have that because there's a self-serving need to do that. It's called existence. And that form of existence is an inertia field that manifests itself with our intention and the planet's intention. And there's a common denominator. So that's how we got here. So why are we forgetting how we got here and operating at the expense of others when everything that we need is at hand? But it's an acquired taste, isn't it? So when we do that at the expense of others, the others, well, let's face it, now they're lacking. And they need that energy binding for their self-serving purposes. So if it works for you, it might as well work for us. And so they do the same thing. And now you have a domino effect where everybody is binding their energy for self-serving purposes at the expense of others. And when we say others, which others? Well, it is non-specified, undifferentiated. We don't care because we don't want to get emotionally involved. Because if we know which others they were, then we would have to decide, do I take the hand off the gun and caress my child, or do I put my hand on the gun and pull the trigger to kill your child? It's the same gun, it's the same hand, and it's a child of humanity. So what's the difference? And so we have to understand these tensity relationships. So it's not just scientific responsibility where we're seeking the magnetic and gravitational balance, what we call a MAGRAV, but there's also the spiritual responsibility where we have the magnetic gravitational balance of the spirit and the soul. And then if we bring those two scientific communities together, bringing together the awake state and the dream state and understanding how the plasma science adds to the knowledge, then we don't ask, is the plasma science verifiable? We ask, what causes the change and at what rate is that change? And where exactly are we able to get that information from? So what we see is in the cups of life that we have all been able to create without atoms colliding, without billions of dollars spent on atomic raceways where atoms collide. We've been able to take ordinary wires and nanocoat them using the principles of the monatomic science and bringing them together and creating various ganses. And some of those ganses were CO2, calcium, zinc, or copper. But then now comes the revelation that it can be amino acids or it can be water. And the key characteristic here is that they are all combination, which means that they're molecules. If they weren't in combination, they would be elements. So the fact of the matter is that we can produce an element, but we can also produce a molecule. And so test that theory, and we produce gold GANs. Isn't that interesting? And then if we can produce that, well, then we could produce a plasma feeding system. And as we go through and see how important it is to get fed, and there's a constant nagging, feed me, feed me, feed me. The question is, are you satisfied? Or are you still hungry? And how do you know the difference? So when we look at the track cup of man, we see there's an emotional track and a physical track. And so the cup of man becomes an inertia field combination of the emotional cup and the physical cup. So that's 1 and 1 is 2. But if we add the cup of the soul, which is another track, now we have 1 cup of the soul, 1 cup of the emotion, 1 cup of the physicality. And that comes together. And now we have 3. And so if we look at the 1 track cup of the universe, and we see how we need the copper GANs because that's related to our physicality, and we need the zinc GANs because that's related to our emotional energy. And then we have the carbogen GANs, which is related to the environment. And the bringing together of all 3 of those creates our manifestation of physicality. But that physicality can only manifest if there is a physicality to manifest too. So we also have a physicality of the earth. So we know that the soul of the man becomes an inertia of the mind of 3 field strengths. And the soul of the earth becomes an inertia of the earth mind. And it must also be a combination of 3 field strengths. And the reason that is true is because the earth and we, as humanity, are in the same universe. So we have to follow the same rules. And then we have 1, the soul of the physicality, which is another inertia manifestation, which is a combination of the interaction of the soul of the earth and the soul of the man. But we have more. And as a result of that moreness, we are able to enlist the services of the physicality of the earth. So that's another 1. And then the physicality of man. And that's another 1. So the combination, 3 and 3 is 6. And if the inertia is a coming together of 2 fields, you divide the 6 by 2, and look, we have 3 fields, the soul of the physicality of man, the physicality of the earth. Well, how convenient. And wherever you look on the earth, well, you have these elements, and they're very specific. So, now we can say that the earth is also practicing discrimination. And that's kind of a good thing, because we can go someplace and see the copper, and someplace see the oil, and someplace see the gold. But there are other things. And these other things are all nicely arranged in the periodic table of disprejudice, which is a table that shows all the range details of the Earth space that we know of. And so we assume that's all the details. big assumption. But the fact of the matter is, it's giving us a fairly well-organized life. And each of these elements has a number, and that number is the number of protons. And every one of these elements has a neutron, except for one, the lonely one, the hydrogen. It doesn't have a neutron. So we count by the number of protons. So if we were looking at silicon, for instance, that has 14 protons. Or if we look at carbon, that has 6 protons. So we call that carbon 6. But in the references that we've been making, we call it carbon 12 because of the inertia fields. And what are the inertia fields? Well, it's the coming together of the neutron and the proton and the electron. So the fundamental principal matter is the PM6, which is magnetical, coming to us as an energy pack and converging as antimatter, dark matter, and matter in what we call the plasmagen conversion, which is not physical at that point, but it is an inertia field. And when we compare that inertia field to the field of the Earth space, then we can bring those two together and create an inertia field, which we call a MAGRAV, and bring our physicality there. So the rule being, of course, that the Earth has to be here before we get here, because I guess, you know, we'd get crushed. But when we look at the matter plasma dimension, we have to see that we only see the physicality because we could touch it and see it. And so that becomes the physical matter plasma. Whereas the plasmatic plasma, we can't touch it or can't see it, but we know that it's there. And so that's the other half, the part that we can't see. And so that part that we can't see, being of a higher energy strength, is the feeding strength, and the part that we can see is actually the feedback strength. And we are very feedback dominant, so dominant that, you know, we try and rationalize as to what happened in the beginning. Well, in the beginning, the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick. And so we said, let there be light. Why? Why do we have to say, let there be light? Well, if you didn't have light, that means you had darkness. So if you already have the darkness, then you would never say, well, let there be darkness. So if you have the darkness and you want to have light, then you would say, well, let there be light. And so we have the light. And so the neutron split up to become the atom. But there was an energy consumption, and that was the PM tick. So the neutron becomes something, and there are byproducts. And so one splits up into 3. That's the opposite, isn't it? Where 1 and 1 and 1 is more than 3. Well, here we have 3, which is divided into 3 ones. Not the same one, but 3. And then, as we said, let there be light. Well, here we have hydrogen. That is a gravitational confirmation of the bringing together of these 3 fields. We have a magnetical field from the sun, and a magnetical field from the earth, and a magnetical field from the universe, and they come together. But we can't see the hydrogen, but the hydrogen can give a color emission spectrum which is the fingerprint identifying hydrogen, and it is in color. It is in light, not white light, but a specific light, specific to the hydrogen light. And so that becomes its gravitational tracking fingerprint. And then, of course, same rules apply to oxygen, and the light that it has, well, it's different from the hydrogen. And so it has a different emission spectrum, and it's unique to oxygen. And so that becomes its gravitational tracking inertia. And then we have cells in the body. But we have trillions of cells in the body. And we have different cells. So when we look at each cell, it has a containment field, and in the center is the gravitational energy, and the outside is the magnetical energy. So, but they create a balance. But we don't know what energy state this cell is in, and we don't know which organelle it belongs to, and we don't know which organ it belongs to. We don't know its functionality, and we don't know its interaction. All we know is its containment. Well, thank you very much. And so we see that it mimics what we call the plasma chain. And so with the plasma chain, we see that energy follows a path. And one energy follows the path of another energy. However, there are many paths. And so there is no accounting for which path. And then there are different paths that are at a different distance from the core. So there's no accounting for the distance either. Okay, well, that doesn't tell us much, does it? So this interaction that we see with the cells must have an interaction with the plasma, because in order for it to maintain that containment, since energy cannot be held and energy cannot be stopped, it has to be in motion, then we give it a path within that containment to run around the track. And as it does that, it maintains a containment field that is a balance between the internal pressure and the external tensity. Because if the pressure is too large, it'll break the external tensity. And if the external tensity is very strong, then it will be able to resist the pressure. And maybe it can even reduce the pressure. So if we could increase or reduce the pressure, which is the containment field on the inside, being the gravitational field, and if we can reduce or increase the external intensity, which is the magnetical field on the outside, although we don't have an accounting as to how much pressure or how strong the tensity, what we do know is that there would be, in this containment field, a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. And also what we do know is that the balance is changeable. And so what would cause that change? Because if we were to assume that nothing is happening, which in society we would say, well, that's just a deadbeat, right? Nothing happening there. But energy is always in motion, something is always happening. So we have this interaction, right? So there's an out-tensity interaction. So energy is going out and energy is coming in. And so that becomes part of the plasma chain tracking. So what did we do in the Wild West? Well, we had four-wheeler wagons. And when we wanted a field of containment, we would circle the four-wheelers and create, hopefully, a field of refuge. And hopefully, the out-tensity interaction with that field of refuge would be peaceful. So whether this practice of circling the wagons was effective or not, well, it remains to be seen. But what we do know is different in different circumstances. And different circumstances are governed by susceptibility. So if we are the ones who are observing this thing, and we are the ones in a different dimension, not the first three, but we're in another dimension, fourth dimension is observing. And if we know that energy is 1 + 1, not the same one, and plus another one, not the same as the ones in the first two, but they come together and combine for more than 3. Well, now the question is, do we have the susceptibility from the combination of the balance within an energy state like a GANS or nano or atomic state? Or do we have a connection between a plasma state, which is non-physical, and a physical state, and the sun? And we have choices. And how many choices do we have? Lots of choices. Because we have lots of elements on the periodic table of elements. So it isn't just door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3. It could be door number 222 or another door. I don't know. Because there's no accounting for the susceptibility here. But they say you are the light. Okay. So our manifestation comes from the light. So our manifestation came from the darkness, didn't it? Because what we are is what we are, and what we're not is what we're not. So if we are the light, then we are not the darkness. So what is the problem? And the problem could be that as humanity's civilization evolves, we see that, we're all different. We could be Asian or Native Hawaiian or Black or white or Hispanic or Middle Eastern or Alaskan, and we are all divergent. But I mean, let's face it, in terms of the common denominator, we all have the same story, the same flood, the Great Flood. And since we all have the same story, then we all should have the same point of view, don't you think? And if we were all, part of that story, then we're equal. Same story, it's equal. It's not your story or it's not my story. It's our story, the story of the humanity civilization. But things change. And the reason they change is because there is a sequencing. This is an energy sequencing. So we have at the lowest end a magnetic energy, and we have electric, electromagnetic, and on, atomic, nuclear, and plasma, and on, and the soul of the body, the soul of the man. And are these all of the sequences? How can they be? These are just some of the choices that we have. And we only need to choose 3. But we could choose 3 within each state. So we can choose 3 in the plasma state, or we can choose 3 in the atomic state. Or we could choose 3 different states. And then there's in between states. So, it's hard to judge because one's bigger than the other. And then you say, well, it's really big. Well, how big is it? Well, it's electric big, gives you a big shock. Or it's atomic big, gives you a big blast. Or it's plasma big, it gives life. How big is it? Well, I'm not sure. So what we are sure is that the rules are the same, and they are the magnetical rules of attraction and repulsion. So the attraction has an intensity that is gravitational. So that's part of the feedback that we know of the magnetical energy, which is the outensity, which is part of the feeding. And so when we look at the rules and we say the rules are the same, then how can we tell the difference between an electron and a neutron? When the universal order of creation of matter doesn't differentiate between an electron or a neutron, because an electron is matter and a neutron is matter. So the rules are the same. So from that perspective, the electron and the neutron are the same, are equal. So when we look at the core component of a containment, and let's say it's an electron, as we said, it's the combination of 3 different energy states, matter, antimatter, and dark matter. But we say the electron is magnetical because it's tiny. And then, of course, there's the big neutron. I don't know how big it is, but it's way bigger than the electron, like really big. But it's comprised of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. But because it's big, it's a gravitational. Okay. Well, now we look at the core component and compare. And we say, well, they're made the same, they are equal, but the neutron is bigger than the electron. Because if the electron was bigger than the neutron, we would call the electron the neutron, and then the neutron would be the electron. And if you find that confusing, then you understand the confusion between the strong and weak nuclear forces. So that is not the factor. Something else is the factor. So we can discount those 2. And we can look at life being a 2-way street, where we have the relationship between natural creation and natural decay. But that would be a balanced field based on the out-tensity relationship with the intensity, which we've already said that that is variable. And if that is variable, then the emission strength of the magnetical field and the absorption strength of the gravitational field is also variable. And if it's variable, to what degree does it vary? And so here we are as the four-wheelers of a creation. We see, well, we have creation where we make something, and then we have destruction, and we have to make that as well. And so to understand how these things work together, then we create something to destroy. And so there is a bond between those two. And that too becomes an inertia bonding factor. But it's kind of imprecise because when you make a weapon, it's intended to kill, but it doesn't specify who gets killed. So we just kind of fudge things, right? It's okay to make the weapon as long as someone else pulls the trigger and as long as someone else becomes the receiver of the bullet. And here we are. We're amino acid four-wheelers because we're not only bringing in the oxygen and the hydrogen, but now we have the carbon and the nitrogen as well. And we have what we call a star formation. So that star formation is not elemental. It's a combination. It's a hybrid. It's multiple components coming together. So there is a Gans of connection because there is an outer limit. So the moment you say there's a limit, then when you come close to that limit, then you have to automatically realize you're coming back. And how sharp is that return? How flexible is that return? How graceful is it? Is it a gentle curve where you just kind of rotate around and roll around and come back? Or is it a sharp hairpin turn? So we see that there are what we call vanishing points at that junction, at that apex of the turn. And there we see a shine, a luster. And of course, it is very small. And so that could be a hairpin turn if you want to stay on the road. But as we look down that road of asphalt, we know that we can see it is shimmering in the distance. And that shimmering is totally different from what we see when we look down at our feet and we see the asphalt. So the only time really when we pay attention to this is, of course, when we're driving. And so our wheels are rolling on the asphalt and we look down in the horizon and we see the asphalt is shimmering. But it's not shimmering underneath the tires. We're just rolling along. And as we roll along to this vanishing point, things can change. Maybe we have a bulging. It's not just bigger, but it's bigger in one part where you have a changeable relationship between the intensity and the out-tensity. So the dynamic field remains intact. You still have the containment, but the conformity is variable. So, you know, maybe you were skinny and now you're a little bit fat, but the conformity remains intact within this field. But there are many fields within that field, so the conformity can vary across many fields. So bulging is the conformity of overlapping fields, isn't it? So these fields are all within that field. And so when we look at a field of energy and we see that there is a bulging at the surface, but there has to be a containment within that field. And then that containment within the containment field has to have the ability to move through that field and get to the surface of the field where it can cause a bulging. And this is where we see that with the bubbles, isn't it? Because we see that there are some bubbles that are contained on the surface of a bigger bubble. And then there are bubbles that come out of the bigger bubble. But the thing you have to notice is that the bubbles on the surface of the bigger bubble are smaller than the bigger bubble. And the bubble that left, that is connected by the out tensity, is also smaller than the bigger bubble. So how big is the big bubble? Well, I don't know. Well, how small are the small bubbles? Again, I don't know. But what I do know is that there is a stability between the big bubbles and the smaller bubbles. So are all bubbles the same? Well, let's look at Saturn, for instance. It has visible rings. So that's a containment. But it has visible shadows between the rings. Well, that's another containment. And then there's the body of the planet itself. And it's not a ring, it's a sphere. So the body of the planet is different. And between the planet and the rings is another gap. So what we do know about the neutron is that the neutron is in the center. And so if we were just to look at the spherical relationship of the planet, we would say, well, there's a neutron in the planet. But if we were to remove the planet and just leave the rings behind, in order for the rings and the gap between the rings to maintain their field of containment, there would have to be a neutron in the center of the rings. Has to be, because the neutron is gravitational, and the rings are magnetical, and there has to be a balance. So, which neutron are we talking about? Or can one neutron accommodate all three? We say, okay, well, we know there's a neutron at the center, and there's a neutron of the planet, and then there's a neutron of the rings. So are they different? Or is it all the same? I don't know. So when we look at the fundamental principle of the twinity, we see that the creation of the twinity is determined by the speed of rotation of the plasma of the electron, and is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton. So that field is transferred to the smaller twin plasma of the electron. So the electron is the twin of the proton, and the proton is the twin of the electron, but the proton is 1,849 times bigger than the electron. That doesn't make sense. So the electron and the proton are twins. One's a lot bigger than the other, a lot bigger. And by the way, where's the net neutron? Well, funny thing happens when the intensity of the big bubble bursts. So we see a dissolving of the density of the big bubble. And isn't that what we see with the cover of book number 3 in the creation of the universe, where one splits up into 2? And the one dissolves. It's no longer there. So if we say that the density is there because of the neutron within the big bubble, and if the big bubble disappears, well, then the neutron must disappear. So then the question comes is the mass of the neutron that disappeared equal to the mass of the tiny bubbles that used to be at the surface and now are liberated? Or the other bubble that was already released, but you understand that the other bubble that was released was not released to cause the big bubble to burst. So the bubble on the left corner was released while the big bubble was intact. But now, as the big bubble is dissolving, the other smaller bubbles are being released. So what that means is that the big bubble in the bottom corner was able to be released and had enough energy to release itself from the big bubble, and the smaller bubbles did not have enough energy to be released. It took the demise of the big bubble to release the smaller bubbles. And so now you have these other bubbles, and the big bubble is gone, and the neutron of that big bubble is gone. And clearly, that big bubble was way bigger than what was left behind. Well, where exactly did it go? So what we're seeing is that there's a transference of gravitational dominance. And this is happening at the point of substitution. So we know that the dissolution of that bubble, the intensity is gone. It equals 0. And because 1 equals 0, then the out intensity also equals 0. So we have a gravitational confirmation because we have some bubbles left over. But we also have a gravitational confirmation that the big bubble has dissolved. So some of that neutron remained, but most of it is gone. And so we can see that the substitution point is within the black hole field. And why can we see that? The reason we can see that is because we can't see it. It used to be there, and now it's gone. So when we hear a car approaching, we hear it coming towards us, and we know it's coming towards us because the sound is getting louder and louder and louder. So, the energy is increasing, isn't it? And then once it passes us and goes away from us, well, the energy is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. So then the question becomes, is the sound strong or is it weak? Or is the energy near or is it far? And so it was far, and then it came near, and when it was far, it was not so loud. And when it came near, it was really loud. And then when it went far again, it wasn't so loud. So which is it? Is it near or is it far? Or is it loud or is it soft? And so there's a ratio with this sound, which kind of tells us how near or how far. If we remember, we talked about Herman Weyl. And what he said was a definite portion of matter occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment in time. At a different part of space and a different moment of time is a different portion of matter, another definitive portion of matter. So that conclusion is that there's no such thing as one and the same energy, which constitutes a charge at two adjacent increments of time. So in other words, if you bake a cake today and you bake a cake tomorrow, you can do whatever you want, but it's not going to be the same cake. It may be close, but it's not going to be the same because there are principles of flow and connection. And if we understand that, then we understand how today is the beginning of the rest of our life. And so we don't need to carry the baggage of what we have brought to this point. And so when we look at the science, we see the flaw there. And we've been carrying this baggage for a long, long time. So we say on the periodic table of prejudice that carbon has 6 protons. Another element is radon, and it has 86 protons. So position number 6 on the table is carbon, and position number 86 is radon. But we call it carbon 12. And how we arrive at carbon 12 is because we assume that if we have 6 protons, to balance it out, we have to have 6 neutrons. So the mass is the combination of the 6 protons and the 6 neutrons, but because they are so big, I mean really big, we don't even count the electron. So 6 and 6 is 12 and a bit, you know, like a 0, 1, 0, 7, you know, give or take. Anyway, we just fudge that, say, call it carbon 12. And the ratio, 6 protons to 6 neutrons, is 1 to 1. So therefore, we can conclude that the balance of the number of neutrons within the nucleus is equal to the number of protons. And then we look at radon, and wait a second. We claim that it has 136 neutrons. So if we were to say that the mass of the carbon of 6 protons plus something to get up to 12, or to say it another way, the mass of 12 minus the 6 protons gives us 6 neutrons. And the mass is 6 and a bit, but you know, it's 6. So we divide 6 by 6 neutrons, and we came with the mass of 1 neutron. And that mass is, equal to the mass of a proton. But we know it's not equal. The proton is slightly less because it has an electron. So the mass of the proton plus the electron, it equals the neutron, but it doesn't exactly quite equal, but it's close enough. So we could say that we have a 1-to-1 ratio of protons to neutrons. But you know, when you look at the radon, it has a 1 to 1.58 plus a bit and a bit and a bit ratio. That's not 1 to 1. So what kind of neutron is it? Because if we say that the neutron in the radon is the same as the neutron in the carbon, then there should be 86 neutrons in the radon, but there's 136. It's a problem. So I think we are starting to see the smoke screen. It's another theory up in smoke. And this is what we say as we're trying to get faster and faster in our life. Where does the rubber exactly meet the road? And then the popular saying, of course, it's better to burn out than fade away. Yes, it's a lot of fun. But, you know, here we are going nowhere very fast. So the reality is that neutrons are not all the same size. And neutrons are not all the same mass. So when we're looking at the roadmap to the plasma highway, we see that we can position the carbon-12 on the transmission highway, carbon-13 on the transition highway, and carbon-14 on the transmutation highway. And the feeding is not balanced because we find that the feeding from the carbon-14 is 80%, and the feeding from the carbon-12 is 20%. And so that ratio is 4 to 1. But when we look at the energy state, and the change from carbon-12 to carbon-13 is an order of 1 magnitude at least, and the change from carbon-13 to carbon-14 is an increase of 1 order of magnitude at least, then we find that an order of magnitude is 10 times, and 2 orders of magnitude is 10 times 10, which is 100 times. It doesn't balance out this 80-20 unless the 80 is the energy that we're getting from the higher energy field, which is way stronger, really big. And the energy that we get from the physical field is like really weak. So when we feed ourselves because we're weak. And so when we feed ourselves, we get strong. But if the feeding that is coming from the intensity feeding of the carbon-14, that is way stronger. Which means that the food that we're getting from the physicality, although it makes us stronger, is weak. But the food that we get from our physicality based on nearness and proximity is near to us. And the feeding that we get from the carbon-14, well, that's so far away. Well, how far away is it? And so we find that we're not feeding 24 hours a day. There are gaps in our feeding. So we feed, and then we fast. And then we feed again, and then we fast. So there's a changeability, there's a variability. And then we find that when we look at the universe, we see how well organized it is. But when we see the humanities civilization, something in the core is not right. There's a binding energy in that core and where it causes all the different civilizations of humanity to be in conflict. And if you are in conflict with your neighbor, that can manifest into a conflict within yourself, within your own community. Because there's no accounting for it to stay contained within the civilization as a whole or the individual civilization as a part. So the entire civilization has a field of contention, and it's not healthy. And then the entire humanity civilization shares that contention, and it's not healthy either. So what we can say is that the unhealthy aspect of the humanity civilization on this earth is not the same as the unhealthy situation within each of our civilizations. Some are weak and some are strong, and some are near and some are far. But all the contentions are unhealthy. So when we talk about the four wheelers of humanity, there's the wheel of contention, the wheel of retention, the wheel of intention, and the wheel of attention. And so we are what we see, and we are also what we don't see. We have to learn to see what we don't see. So there's more than what meets the eye. So when we look at the universe, all we see is what we see, which is the sun space, the earth space, the moon space, and the space in between all of these spaces. And they're part of all of the universe. And we see how each planet rotates around the sun and the moons rotate around the planet, and they all stay on track. There's a balance. There's no contention. And they don't deviate from this track, which is a good thing, because these planets are way bigger, really big, way bigger than we are. So I'm really glad that they're taking care of that business, because I don't have the strength to do that. But the point here is that the out-tensity interaction creates a manifestation. So when we look at that bubble, which is variable in shape, variable in size, we know that it has a nucleus. And in that nucleus is a neutron. And then we can see that there's a separation on the out-tensity. And since the separation is part of the whole, then that separation involves a consumption. So the original field becomes smaller, but it's still contained. If the field becomes smaller, then the containment becomes smaller. And now we see that the neutrons are the limit of the containment. So the neutron mass must diminish due to the separation, because the separation involves consumption, and the consumption reduces the containment. And then you say, well, how big is it? I don't know. How big is large? So what we're talking about is the conservation of susceptibility. So each of us is an independent plasmatic variable. And because of that variability, it means that the neutron mass is a plasmatic variable, because conservation of energy is in balance. So we see the Earth-space transmutation state is a balance of the three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis coming together of two fields manifesting one inertia field of the physicality of the Earth. And then, of course, if we're going into outer space, in order for us to have a field of containment, we have to have an outer space transmutation state, which then also would be the amalgamation of the X, Y, and Z axis, the containment of three fields coming together with an inertia field of a containment of an energy state. And then wherever we are and wherever we can see that we are either in the light or we're in the darkness. And now we know that whether we are on this side of the mountain or on the other side of the mountain, we are in the light. What it means is that if we start in the atomic state, go to the monatomic, then the polyatomic, then the plasma field state, we can go one step beyond. There is no limit. But if there's no limit beyond on the highest energy state, then there's no limit beyond on the lowest energy state, because you have to ask, how big is large? Well, how small is small? So we see we are now beyond the Sanya time. In the spring of 2024, we were in Sanya, and we saw that we could produce and manifest gold in the physicality. Gold from thin air, you say? Or is it from our amino acids, which is actually fat air? And so if we can see with ultrasound the fetus inside the womb, and if with x-rays we could see our bones inside our body, well, now we are beyond x-rays, beyond ultrasound, where we can see the connection of the soul of the man with the physicality. And we can see the interaction of the soul of the man and the physicality. And it's just one step next when we can see a clear image, a manifestation of our understanding of the pH maggraph of the plasma fields, because something is always something as opposed to being something else. And the speed of rotation affects that transmutation transition. And so we have choices. And the one choice that we all made, we didn't come to the red planet, we came to the blue planet, right? And this is our home, our Earth. And our Earth called for peace, and we are the peacekeepers. And there are many points on the field strength of the dove of peace. So we clearly need to do more research. And so we're asking all the top researchers around the world, prepare yourself. Join the new plasma research teams, because the Wild West is gone. We are in the new frontier. And so all of us are in one form or another doing transmutation flight training. And so here we have, between February, March, and April of this year, we have the capability of every month doing more training. And then, of course, there's other courses where we're doing the training of the souls and the relationship between the field of the souls and the physicality. So that is another program as we expand our programs so that we can understand the principles of transmutation. So this these ranges transition and transcend inertia fields of transmutation dimensions. The laws of conservation govern. The covalent, that's 2. The trivalent, that's 3. The tetravalent bonding attributes, that's 4. And so the containment of inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. So 2 members have to be equal, 3 members have to be equal, 4 members have to be equal. And the soul of the man cannot be abandoned. And the soul of the man cannot be compromised. So the outer color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. And it's a reflection of the integrity of the man. And it doesn't discriminate based on color. It's based on the nonlinear inertia unity, which is governed by the path link and susceptibility, where you have the convergence of the emission of attention and the emission of retention. That is an inertia field. It interacts to create an emission of intention. And this creates a balance of contention, the contention of equality. That's all it is. It's not a war. It's not a fight. It's life. And so all we have to do is turn our intentions and our antennae to the message feeding and the feedback manifestation and transmission tuning. We can transition from one station to another, and we can select where one force is magnetical and balanced off by the force selection of another gravitational force. So whatever we select, the resulting selections feed the magra of manifestation. And that selection manifestation is predetermined by us choosing the peace dome of intention. And so that emission of intention affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. Transmutation manifests imbalance with the peace dome and opens up and transcends the limitations of nuclear science and shows us the greater oneness. And how great is the greaterness? I don't know. How big is large? 576 weeks in a row. The Knowledge Seekers workshops have been publicly talking about the plasma science and how it can bring peace and prosperity to our planet. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, and welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it. Sign it. So here we are, four-wheelers in a three-dimensional transcendent inertia. Well, there are no straight lines to connect the dots of the fields of inertia. So can we go into outer space without a peace dome? Not really. Is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? Who says so? And how do we impart the transition of energy states of inertia? Things we need to learn. So if we have sudden stops, they make skid marks on the roads of inertia to that physical transmission dimensions. And so the plasma science is being delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of the lesson. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Hello, is everybody gone?
I'm just waiting for the applause to end, Alex. Just a moment. There we go. Just a few claps left. Well, thank you very much for, again, sharing your understanding and bringing a beautiful teaching to all of us. Hopefully, we've taken more than bits and bobs from it. But again, we do thank you for your presence and your sharing and the way you look at this technology. Let's see if there's you've aroused any questions or comments from the participants. And again, you don't have to be from Canada to make a comment or ask a question.
Well, as we're all pondering the point spread on the Super Bowl game, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. We are moving ahead as best as we can and trying to keep an eye for the newcomers so that we can gracefully bring them on board so that they too can share in the peace and prosperity of the universal community. So thank you all, and I'll let you carry on, Mark, and I'll just be here if there are any further questions.
Okay, very good. And you asked a question about creation through destruction. Do you want to elaborate on that at all? What you said, we can't continue this or trying to bring creation through destruction. But I was thinking, isn't this exactly what the black hole does? Or were you sort of referring to it in a different way? Because we know the black holes are pulling in stars and planets and asteroids and everything else, and then putting it through sort of a disposal and then releasing the raw materials out the other end. So is that creation through destruction, or do we look at it in a different way?
Something is always something as opposed to being something else.
Yeah,
And
these funny words confuse me when you talk like that.
well, you know, you look at a car, right? And that car is missing a starter engine. Is it a car or is it junk? Is it car or is it something that needs to go to the scrap heap? Is it a car that could mean promise of transportation, or is it a dead weight? So, you know, nothing has changed with respect to the car. It still doesn't have the starter motor, but your point of view has changed. So, you know, when you say, you know, it's garbage, is it really garbage? If it was garbage, I don't think the wreckers would be buying it, because the garbage, for one, is the gold of another. And the black hole is the same way. Since in the universe, there is no planet called away. So you can't just throw things away. There is no way to throw. So you either have something or you have something else. And so you can create that. We see that creation happens only in the physical state. So if there's a building and someone takes tools and building materials and a crew and builds the building, and someone else goes and builds a bomb and the delivery system for the bomb and drops it on the building, Well, both of them were creating something, except the results from the creation of the work crew was to create a building, and the results of the creation of the demolition team was to create rubble. So which one is the success story? So the success is dependent not on the result, but on the intention. And so if the intention is to create destruction, then you know what? We're in a great place. But did you ask the earth, what happens to the earth if we carry on with this destruction? So, oddly, the NGOs are saying that we're headed for a climactic disaster. So
I think the NGOs are headed for a type of disaster as I'm reading the tea leaves at this point.
Yeah, but the thing is, the more destruction on this earth, the more the earth becomes part of that destruction. So it's like you have
Well, don't
a
forget,
messy house.
Alex, we're taking down a lot of the structures on this planet. The feeding structure, the banking structure, the energy
Well, no,
structure. We're
I
taking
agree.
down a lot of structures.
I agree. It's just to understand, what is the difference. So as you build, then you are building the civilization. As you destroy, you are destroying the civilization. So each building that is brought is on the road towards civilization. And each building that is destroyed is on the road to barbarism. And this planet thrives on creation. It doesn't thrive on barbarism. So it's okay right now because our population is so small. There's lots of wide open spaces. So it's okay. I'll just leave my garbage here and I'll just move down the road and I don't have to look at the garbage. So you just leave the garbage behind. Well, who did you leave that behind for? So the next guy coming is to say, well, where did all this garbage come from? Oh, it came from the guy down the road. So, well, then I'm not going to go there because given time, there's going to be a lot of garbage down there because obviously they have perfected the manufacture of garbage. So you need to go in the opposite direction, and there you will be manufacturing creativity, which will be cleaning up the garbage. And so we just have to decide which direction are we going. So it's in our physicality because of the delay and consequences, then we can create this garbage, but only because we're looking at the one picture, the physicality. But every component of that garbage was created. So it wasn't created as garbage. We have reprocessed it into what we deem to be garbage. But when we started, it wasn't garbage. It was inventory. It was the supply chain. Here are all the things that we need to draw in to manufacture something that is worthwhile. And then we will have things that are left over, cut away, scraps. And that we just look at it as garbage. So what happened? We bought it. We brought it. It wasn't garbage. And now it's garbage. How did that happen? Okay, it's a flaw because in the universal conservation of energy, there is no garbage. So that means if you create something on one side, you will be creating something on the other side. So whatever you create is edifying, is building up. So who in his right mind goes out to create destruction? It's someone who doesn't understand how the universe works. And there is a pain that goes along with that lack of understanding. And although it may not be obvious, it becomes obvious. So if you are, let's say, a drug dealer, let's say, and you're a big drug dealer, and you go home and someone mugs you and they steal your money, and hopefully they only steal your money and they don't shoot you, even though they threaten to shoot you. But all they want is the money. They don't want anything else. And why do they need that money? So they can afford the drugs that you're pushing. So if you are creating wealth, that wealth doesn't give you peace. And so what are you going to do? You're going to call the police? You're already, an outlaw. So outlaws don't call the police. And are you going to be angry with him for robbing you? You shouldn't be angry because he's a customer. He's buying your drugs, isn't he? So there's enough suffering there. So what people end up doing is they end up moving into condos, which are really vertical caves, and moving into gated communities, which are just, every prison is a gated community, isn't it? So, it just becomes a point of view. What is gold for one is garbage for another. So what we have to understand is that there is no garbage in the universe. And so at that point in time, we carry a responsibility. And that is a big problem because we are indoctrinated that we don't want responsibility. And in fact, unfortunately, when you start to acquire responsibility, your reward is to get more responsibility. So we need to be skillful so that we don't get to the point where we break down under our burden of responsibility. That is not a burden, that is an asset. And so assets are for our betterment. And our betterment will only come around when the planet is better. And the planet knows the difference, because when we leave, the planet gets better. So, and so when we have humans who want to get rid of humans on behalf of the planet, you don't need to convince me, just, leave already. It's an easy solution. But, we have a bone of contention, don't we? And we like contention because it's profitable. Well, it may be profitable, but it doesn't bring us peace and harmony. And peace and harmony involves all of us. All of us involve all of us. There's not some of us. Some of us is not all of us. It includes all of us. So we can just pick and choose what we want to do and what is the result that we want. And the problem is we didn't know that we could pick and choose. So hello to the new space age. Go ahead, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Would someone else like to try a question? Alex keeps sinking my ship. No, he's actually elevating all of us. Thank you, Alex. Would someone else like to raise a point or a question? Now, you mentioned again the neutron. I know Mr. Keshe was talking quite a bit about it in this fusion and the rest of it. It sounded like you were saying once the neutron releases the energy that it's gathered to create the electron and proton, the neutron commits suicide. Is that what you were saying? It's only a one-time deal. It can only give one child, and then it goes kaput.
Well, you know, that's not true.
I thought that's what you were saying. The neutron
No,
ceases to exist.
That is one of the possibilities. We have choices.
Okay, so the neutron has a life expectancy, or in other words, it has a time of creation and a time of demise, or does it continue to move on, replicating the process?
The neutron represents the energy within the field of containment. So the exchange of the energy, the giving and the taking, affects the lifespan of the neutron. It also is representative of the conformity of whatever it is. So the key point here is that if you have a mass of the carbon and it has neutrons in its nucleus, which we say it does, so we assume that every element has a neutron and a mass. But we find now that the mass is not the same of each neutron. So therefore, the size of each neutron is not the same. And if the size of each neutron is not the same, but the size of the containment is governed by the neutron, which means the containment is in constant harmony with the neutron. So the definition of the containment is based on the mass of the neutron. So when we look at the light and the speed of light within the Coulomb barrier on this planet is also constant. But the color changes. The frequency of the light changes. The density of the light changes. If the density of the light changes, then the mass of the light changes. If the mass of the light changes, and we know from the periodic table that the mass of the elements change, then what we do know is that there is a constant relationship, but there is a variability. That is the plasma science. We have to understand how to manifest this variability. And by stepping on the gas and spinning our tires is going nowhere fast. So how do we get out of our little tiny piece of the pie? And our little piece of the pie is really tiny. And we're so attached to the pie that our neighbors can come in and turn it into rubble, and we still call it home. So, what is home? So before you were born, Earth was not home. And after you die, Earth is not home. But while you're here, Earth is home. And where you live is home. But if you move tomorrow on Earth to someplace else, well, that becomes home. So home is changeable, but you're still on Earth. And this becomes the point. If we have a consistency and a containment on Earth, and we can move around, then if we work within that containment field, we can move around. Well, how big is that containment field? Well, I don't know. How big is large? So what I'm saying is the electron is susceptible to strong nuclear forces because they're near. But they're really weak because the weak nuclear forces deal with planets, and we call them weak because they're so far away we can't feel them. But you take two magnets and you bring them near. And if they're powerful magnets and you get your finger stuck in between them, that'll be an ouchie. So, and the ouchie will be based on the nearness of the magnets and the field strength of the magnets. And the bigger the field strength, the faster they will come together, and the bigger the ouchie. So if we understand that, then we understand how life works. And isn't that mandatory for us to learn within our lifespan? So then the question becomes, how long is our lifespan? Well, I don't know. Some people live 10 years and some people live 100 years. So would you say a lifespan is, kind of in between? You'd have to say the lifespan spans, from birth to death. That's your lifespan. And so is that variable? Well, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? If we can see that there's a variability in the lifespan, then the question of that variability is not the question. The question is what brings it. And what many of our preoccupied are with our nutrition, our food, our physicality. And we totally ignore the other half, the other side of the mountain. And remember, what holds the mountain up? Both sides. So there is another side. There has to be, because there is one side. And that's why you have a right side and you have a left side. So what is the problem in understanding that? You can go forward, you can go reverse with your card. What is the problem with understanding it? Here's the problem. Our body is a vehicle on the planet, and a car is a vehicle. So we take our vehicle and we put it inside another vehicle. That's why they call us four-wheelers. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, let's see. Thank you, Alex. And let's see if there's any other thoughts or questions anyone would like to bring. We'll have to go back and read book one again, as Mr. Keshe mentioned, I think in this workshop. Go back to book one, or was it the previous workshop? Gail, have you been spending any time in book one? Would you like to make any statements about the neutron? I know you've been reading some passages in there. Anyone else have any thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, I think that concludes the Q&A period. Alex, I'm not hearing anyone voicing anything at the moment.
Well, thanks for being part of the Q part there, Mark.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I have so much to understand.
We're having fun, I hope.
Yes. The fun has just begun. We haven't even seen it come into the market yet, but I think it's about to emerge for the beauty of the entire creation here. Just to remind everyone, there's a testimonial meeting tomorrow. If anyone has anything they'd like to share, it's in the public Zoom room. We all know the 939 number, and that starts at 8 p.m. Central European Time on Monday. And of course, it's the second Monday of the month. So if you have a testimony or something you'd like to share with the others, as Rick likes to say, this is a way of paying back the foundation in so many ways. So you're all invited to be there if you can fit it into your schedule. Then, of course, Tuesday we have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, again in the same public Zoom room of the Keshe Foundation. Wednesday, again, the Reactor Group, same public Zoom room, 939-474-503. That starts at 7 a.m. Central European Time on Wednesday. And then, of course, another Beautiful Knowledge Seekers workshop on Thursday. Hopefully you'll be able to join one or a number of those sessions. Thank you again, Alex. If there's no further questions or comments, I'll bring the session to a close. We'll play the final disclaimer. Anyone else have a thought, a question? Join us in the transmutation sessions if you can. The 14th session, a picture of the soul. Purchase some products out of the Keshe Foundation for yourself or for perhaps others who you'd like to. Again, as Mr. Keshe said, these things you can bring into the home and you'll change the whole emotion of the place. But he's also, as we've stated, about washing the floors, the windows, and the rest of it with certain combinations. You don't have to go to the store for that. Although, as we heard Gianni say, he's made probably more Ganses than all of us put together. But when he received Ganses from the Keshe Foundation store, he said the power or the energy within those Ganses were more powerful than he's ever experienced. So you could see from someone who I'd call a so-called expert, at least according to his understanding, there's a marked difference between what we make and at our homes and what we can find in the Keshe Foundation store. And I hope you all see the connection between the store, keeping Keshe Foundation free, and the development of the technology at this stage. I know there'll be research groups forming in the future. Hopefully governments will give grants or bring some of their nationals into this, and we'll have multiple research centers around the world. I think this is part of the plan of the Keshe Foundation, but we'll have to see. Mr. Keshe may have some items that are very well developed and others that, like with the growing teeth, I think he's going to leave that up to researchers or dentists or others who will take up that particular aspect of the technology. So it'll be developed over a period of time and tested. But yes, the party has just begun. And of course, we've waited a long time, not as long as some have waited, as we know. But I think it's time. This is the year 2025, and thank you all for being a part of it and carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet. So see where you can fit in or what befits you to either support the foundation, to do running your tests at home and giving also feedback to that in the testimonials or in other groups, or as I say, purchase products that are just so far out of reach of our understanding that we couldn't possibly replicate them at this point. But you'll be able to use them. And I think, as Mr. Keshe has indicated, these will all be made into very inexpensive systems that everyone can have, whether you have money or you have very little money. it'll probably still take some funds. All right, any other thoughts, questions, comments? Otherwise, I'll take the screen back. We'll share the screen. Thank you, Alex, again, for all your work in trying to, again, transfer some of this knowledge to us. I know Mr. Keshe has been working a long time. It's not an easy task, but I think as systems start to appear, and especially with the energy and other things, humanity will just become so enamored with this, as he said, people will start to walk away from the wrong side of the street, let's say, the war and destruction and the killing and the rest. And there's many options. I think, as we understand, we only understand about 5%, or he's only shared about 5% of what's actually happening within the Keshe Foundation. But we can, in a way, sense where this is going. And we know it's going to the world peace, which is just the next step in interaction, I think, with our space travel and, of course, with the larger family, which is what we refer to as the universal community. If there's no further questions, comments, or something someone would like to bring, we'll go to the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Let's make sure we're sharing that. Thank you all for being here. And again, I think we'll become much, much more lively with much, much more confidence as some of these products start to come into the market. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we'll see you in one of the future meetings. Thank you again, Alex. And thanks to all who've participated today, whether it's been a silent line of communication or you've actually opened your mic. Either way, it works. Thank you all.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.